so excited. And I don't think my mic is popping, which makes me extra excited. I Hi, I'm Wanda. I never do this. Hi, I'm Wanda, the founder of Black Women Travl. We have a weekly podcast. I'm putting my socks on. We have a weekly podcast. We have a free Facebook group, and we have an annual conference. And I get on YouTube. I have my blankie here. I get on YouTube every Saturday and we talk stuff. And we also get together and watch Insecure on Saturday nights together. Well, Saturday early evenings because I'm in Albania and the time difference is wicked. So, hi. I'm really happy to be here. Me and my Michael Jackson curl. Bloop. My Michael Jackson curl came to the party. So, how's everybody? Hi, Christina. Christina, I got your email. So now that I have the live up, I can send you, that's the wrong one. I can send you the invite when we have our guest segment section, which I just made up because this isn't formatted. So we're just hanging out. But I'm so excited. I wanted to celebrate with the people who matter to me the most, and that's absolutely you. Being a part of this community, because I wouldn't be doing any of this at all if it weren't for you all. If it weren't for each and every one of you who listens to the podcast or who's a part of the group, or who came to the conference last year, all that good stuff. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited about so much stuff. I'm really happy. Oh my gosh. What y'all saying? Kathy's here. Kathy in the house. And Christina. And Teresa. Hey, Teresa. Who else up in here? There was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. I moved it. Let me put it back. Can't find it. It's weird working backwards. Oh! She popped right out, honey. Heck. I invited y'all to come on stage with me because this is our celebration. Oh my gosh. Reese and Grandpa Chris. Yes, because it's supposed to be our celebration. So, I'm usually up here talking my talk or whatever, encouraging, uplifting, trying to get us to the next phase while being at ease in this one. So I invited you all to email me, and a couple folks did. Let me see here. I didn't quite get to that. I was sending out an email last minute that you probably got. So let me respond here. How's your day going? Waffle Cat, Rosanna. Okay, so I've never actually done this. So let me get the invite link. And any of y'all, especially my Patreon supporters, y'all, I have a Patreon, and I try to give those folks a little extra special attention. And I have some stuff that I just thought about today, or maybe like last night in the middle of my non-slumber, to like amplify them and their work some more. There's some stuff I've been wanting to do and I haven't gotten to it, but yes. So if you are a Patreon supporter, especially Teresa, Kathy, I would love for y'all to come on stage, like on camera. No, the Insecure party, Kathy, is tonight. So it's at 5:30 Eastern. We watch from 5:30 to 7:30. It's usually like 4 episodes. So we'll be doing that tonight. This evening, I guess you could say. No, Teresa, you're not supposed to be nowhere else. We don't have to soul talk, right? I just visually want to say hi. No, you don't have to. I wouldn't just leave you to the wolves. Stacy Ann, Where do we come on stage? Okay, Teresa, I'm gonna what's the easiest way to do it? Because I think StreamYard works on your mobile too. So Teresa, I have your email address. Ooh, let me put my thinking cap on. Girl, hold on, girl. Okay, hold on a second. I have some bubbles. I bought this maybe like I'm so excited. I bought this maybe like I moved here in this place in June. I bought it maybe August because I've been wanting to do this party for a long time. Because the Black Women Travel podcast hit 100 episodes back in June. And I guess August is when I bought this. And it's just been literally in the fridge, chilling, looking at me. I'm looking at it. But I didn't open it yet. And I wanted to open it with you guys. Okay, hold on. Let me get my life together. Okay. So that's okay. So here's this. Here we go. So you should be getting this invite in a second. Hold on, my email. I don't know what the hell we doing. Aren't y'all most excited about this audio? So what had happened was I strapped up. I used my backpack, took my laptop into town, and I was like, my audio port is messed up. Somebody needs to fix it. Of course, nobody understood what I was saying. And there was only one shop that was an actual like computer repair shop, and it was closed. So then I went to my usual little spot where I'll be sitting and drinking cappuccinos and drinking that liquor and journaling my feelings and stuff. And I asked the dude, the barkeep there, I was like, what's good? And he was like, there's a place right next door that I had passed as I was going to town to go to these other places that were like on Google Maps or whatever. So then I went there and I replicated the problem. You know how sometimes like you go um to like your car repair place and it's like, hey, it's making this noise, and like your car embarrasses you and doesn't make that noise. Well, I was able to replicate because we've had weeks of this, right? Weeks of horrible audio that you all seem to. I really want better for y'all. I want y'all to have better taste, but I really appreciate you rocking with me through all the horrible audio. He was like, you're just using the wrong setting. And then he went back to fixing this other laptop. And I was like, so you just mean I've just been grueling? I've been suffering for months, like literally months. And you just fix this and send me on my way. I was like, thank y'all. Faliman did it. Okay, so let me see. And then what happens? Like, do I have to admit y'all? I'm so happy. No, Teresa, should I? I feel like I should email it to you. So let me go over here where I have your email address. But yeah, girl. The audio is good now. Yes. Hey, glass half full. Welcome to the party. My skin looks radiant because I put makeup on. So, just a little, covering up my impurities, my imperfections. Put a little makeup on for the party. I was like, yes, I'm dressing up to stay inside. Is this the pandemic still? I am so excited. I want to do karaoke with you guys. You want to do karaoke? I think that would be so much fun. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I just did that when I didn't need to do that. You'll just watch. Come on, man. Karaoke would be so much fun. Be a good time. Let me see. Not me not knowing technology. Hey, Panini, don't you be a meanie. So or maybe you don't know, when I was in Asia, I did vocal coaching for kids. Well, there are some adults too, so it was both. Even some young adults who had beautiful voices that may be wasted in that type of atmosphere and that type of culture, unfortunately. I got PTSD from there. I don't want to talk about it right now, but one day we'll get to it. All right, so 2 of them are sent out. Christina, you should have gotten yours. And then there's a lady from Instagram I connected with. So let's see. And then, ¿dónde está ella? Okay, aquí está. Okay. There we go. Okay. Black Friday, Black Friday. Okay, not me trying to format the email. All right, girl, just a me. Okay, Teresa, you should have yours now too. All right. Close all of that out. Hey, Carmen. Carmen's my actual sister. She's not one of the ones I drag. That's the other 8. My computer froze, so I'm on my phone for now. I mean, you can sing on your phone. Let's drink bubbles. Yay. Congratulations to y'all. Y'all are literally the reason why I be here. If you didn't show up, I just don't know that I would sit here and talk to myself week after week. Champagne. Okay, so I don't know how this works. So I just click on the link and see what happens. It might ask you to like enter the studio and stuff like that. So once you enter the studio, then I think that I can put you on screen. Thank you, Kathy. Thank y'all. Thank you, Christina. I just noticed, I'll be a little anti-black. When I have my afro out, I don't get as much love when I got the curls. I'm going to just say that to y'all. All right, I think I caught up with y'all. So click the link and tell me what's happening. Oh, Kathy, you said the last one. Well, it was last Saturday, and I don't think you were there, so I think you did miss it. Sorry. Stacey Ann, I would love to have you come on stage too. And thank you for your beautiful email. I really appreciate that. Hey, Asti. Thank you, girl. Okay, Teresa. Okay. I'm so excited. Okay. How do we want this? Let's try this.
Ooh, why do I look so great? Okay, that's it. Okay. Hey, girl.
Oh, I gotta put my I can't hear you.
I need
Hi, Teresa. Hi, girl.
Hey.
You got your curls popping? What you doing today? Everybody, Teresa is leaving America.
I'm out here, y'all.
Like in weeks. It's like less than 2 weeks now.
Oh Lord, I can't see. It's me. November 3rd. It's me. Who? I'm on a jet plane.
Is that the daughter?
Yes, and here comes my son. You guys can see my grandson.
It's a family affair?
Yeah, they're just walking in. Hey,
Maybe let's
Where's
try
my
this.
Puda? Come here.
Up close or pushed
Hi.
back? Oh,
Mwah. Say hi.
you're an international star, darling. I don't even know if you know it.
Say what? Oh yes, he's going to be a star. You guys remember his face?
What y'all over there doing? Everybody just hanging out in the house?
Cleaning because I got to be out of here next week.
All
So I
right.
called in the troops.
How is it going? So Teresa's been selling all her stuff.
I got some stuff left if you guys are interested. Look, do I need to move? I'm making all this noise.
Do not buy Teresa stuff. Y'all need to get rid of y'all own stuff. I'm sorry, this is not the crowd.
All my stuff. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I guess it is noon. You can have a mimosa though, Stacy. Just one little tipple. Uh-oh, I lost the sound.
I muted myself.
Oh, I thought I muted.
No, they were over here talking. I was talking to them. I didn't want to mess up your video since we in front of people's. I can't. So can I? Oh, now I see the comments. Never mind.
So, you getting rid of the jitters? You have jitters?
Not at all. Not now. Not now. I think I still. Once I get out of the apartment and I'm truly homeless, then
Don't
the jitters
say
will come. I'm not homeless yet. I'll be homeless next week, and then ask me about jitters. Yeah.
Do y'all have some questions for Teresa about the transition? So she sold a house, moved into her apartment. She's still getting rid of stuff. Broke up with her job on her birthday. What was it? 2 weeks now? The 4th of October.
4th of October was my last day of work.
So it's a little over 2 weeks now. She's working on her blog. She got some merchandise on her website.
Dude. I don't have it on the website yet. I'm still working on that.
Oh, well,
But
yes.
soon. Yes.
But you do have merchandise.
I sold a sticker.
You better sell a sticker.
In the money.
Yes.
26 cents.
You better get your 26 cents.
I'm literally getting my coin.
Okay. So, does anybody have questiones for Teresa in her transition?
Let's see. Okay, I sold my house. I sold my house in October of 2020. I was like, I was just, it was big. It was a big house. It was actually my dream house. I had planned to raise my children in it and move my mom into it. It was like a 4-bedroom on a full basement,
Wow.
brick front and backyard. I was like, of course, I got it after my kids were just about grown. When I have a goal, I hang on to it. But yeah, my kids were older when I got it, and my mom first, when she was alive, she's like, she didn't like Atlanta. She said it's like a big old country, so she wasn't coming to live with me. So she passed away 2016. And so I was just like, I was sick of the animals. I have had let's see, squirrels, teasing my dogs through the window. I had chipmunks burying under my porch. I had woodpeckers pecking on my the metal part on top of my chimney. They were woodpeckers. It's like, pick the wood, not metal. They're playing Sheila E on the drums. I've had birds fall into my chimney and get stuck between the metal part and the wood part. I had squirrels in my attic. I had a possum scare my son to death. I ain't gonna say what happened to it. Um, I had a rooster in my backyard. A rooster. I don't live near any farms. I have no idea where it came from. But what else have I had, y'all? I was sick of the animals. I was beginning to feel
there
like.
was a bird nest on the roof. There was a bird nest.
Bird nest on the
Oh
roof.
no, that was a squirrel's nest. Yeah, the squirrels built nests in my gutters. So I was kind of tired of the. I was tired of the zoo and everything. So I sold my house in October. It sold in 2 days.
Dang!
Sold in 2 days. I had over 100 people going through my house one weekend, and it sold in 2 days. So I had to get out quickly. So I came to the apartment, and about my third month in, I'm like, I'm not buying another house. I'm going to travel. I got with the Exodus Summit, and I said, yeah, I can do this now because I don't have a house anymore. Because that was the whole problem, right? Thank you, Stacy. So I sold my house, and
so the house was the anchor, and once you
it
got rid
was
of
the
that, then
anchor.
you was
Yeah,
free.
I was free. Well, I moved into the house. My daughter came with me, and my two dogs. So once I started deciding to travel full time, at first it was like I'll take 3 months off. Then I'm like, I'll take 6 months off. Then I thought about it. I have been laid off probably about 4 or 5 times in my life. And one time I was out of work for nearly a year. And I figured I made it. I made it work somehow. And that wasn't my choice. So why don't I just make a choice and take a year off on my terms? So that's what I decided to do.
That's what I'm talking about.
So that I watched the Exodus Summit and I saw Wanda's interview. So I joined her team. I joined her site because I felt a connection to my sister. So I'm like, I want to get to know her better. So here I am. I plan to quit, and my lease was up at the end of October. And I'm like, why should I work all the way to the end? I think I'll line up quitting my job for my birthday. So I quit my job for my birthday. I gave my 2 weeks notice, and it came in just short of 2 weeks. I'm like, I'm not working on my birthday, so I'm out. Y'all the ones that told me to take a day to think about it. Thought about it. I still quit. And so here I am. That was long, so I missed all the other questions. This one I sold my house. My profession, Courtney. Yeah. Courtney, my profession was I'm a project manager. I've done infrastructure and software development projects. And at the time, I was working at a large company helping them with a continuous improvement transformation. So that fell more along business consulting. Where am I going? Well, the short answer is Patty. Yeah, I'm going to Paris. I'm starting off in Paris. I'm probably going to spend a week there, and then I'm going to fly down to Nice for a couple of days, and then I plan to take the train over to Montpellier. I think that's how you say it in French. Montpellier. Montpellier for us Americans. So I plan to be there until my 90 days are up. You know, with the Schengen rule, 90 days in, 90 days out, more or less. 90 days within a 180-day period. So I plan to spend that in the south of France.
France?
And then, yes.
Not
and
France.
At the end of January, I'll figure out what's next. Maybe I'll be able to make it to Africa that time. Maybe. I hope. We'll see.
So that's the where are you going, and also your travel plans. How much luggage?
Well, I am still minimizing. I have so much stuff. Y'all, Waffle Cat, you in town? You want something? We got some.
Rosanna. No, Rosanna going through the same thing right now.
What? I got
Rosanna
some
banana.
things.
She getting rid of stuff too right now.
Yeah, I later this afternoon, my friend's going to come over and help me carry all these bags and boxes out and take it to YouTube. Take it to U-Haul, not U-Haul, Lord, Goodwill. Take it to Goodwill. Yeah, so I'm hoping I can go with the Travl carry-on. I think I'm going to need more than that. I think I'm going to take a medium-sized suitcase to check, and then a bag to carry on. And since it's going to be cold, I'm gonna have to take some cold stuff. But I guess I'll do like some of you guys that are traveling already said. I mean, just leave it. And as I go south, I don't need the boots and the coat. And so, yeah, I don't have that part figured out yet.
Doesn't the south still get cool though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to take some. I just ordered some long underwear. To wear.
You better order it while you can, child. The rest of
Yeah.
the world don't operate on Amazon.
Yeah, that's gonna take some getting used to. I like anything I want. I can
Not
get
you
off
having to walk
Amazon.
to a shop and buy the things you actually need. Like,
Who does that? Where they do that at?
girl,
I'm about to see. Right?
actually, France might. Joy said that she's so excited for you.
Thank you, Joey.
Angela
I'm
said
excited
homeless
too.
by design.
You guys have to. Well, I'll be on here. I'm not leaving y'all.
Yeah, you'll have the internet. I think France still.
They still on the internet.
I think so.
Okay. We good then. We good.
Christina said you in the country.
Yeah.
Rosanna said she got some chickens, child. I forgot about that.
Really?
Yes. Her
Oh,
husband
which is
had
a
built
still
a
deal.
chicken coop. It's really nice too.
We didn't have. I mean, some people probably had them in their backyard. They weren't supposed to, but I wasn't that
Yeah,
far.
there are ordinances and stuff around that.
Mm-hmm.
She said you're a woman of action.
I am. In spite of fear.
Talk about that part, right?
Yeah. I'm you go through all kinds of emotions. I've seen, some of our sisters posting on the internet, they're having a particularly bad day because of all the emotions that come up as you're getting rid of stuff, dealing with family members or friends that they don't understand. Like, I've had several people I've talked to kind of freak me out. I'm just like, I don't want to take that energy. But they keep talking about, I want to be open to meeting people, and I can be a little naive, I trust people until I have a reason not to. So I'm like, I could be out there talking to people. Oh yeah, no, I'm here all by myself. Yeah, no, I live over there all by myself. No, I just be telling all my business. So I'm going to have to be a little more cautious in that. But I don't want to start out meeting somebody and just tell a bunch of lies. Oh no, I'm here with my husband. And then later on, it's like, oh, we become friends. Where's your husband? Oh, I lied.
Girl, I didn't know if you was gonna put me in the trunk. I had to go ahead and lie real quick.
I had to make something up because I don't know you like that.
You're not about to have me out here with no Liam Neeson, and I'm taking absolutely not.
Well, I always felt like ain't nobody kidnapping me. Ain't nobody kidnapping us. I'm like, I'm over 50 and a black woman. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but
well, I mean, that is something to think through, but maybe not right here now today. Angela said, are the kids keeping the dogs?
Yeah. I looked for another home for them for a while. I couldn't find it, but luckily my daughter decided to take the dogs. So and she's happy about it. We were talking about that this morning. She said she's glad she did it because they're keeping her company. She's off on her own for the first time. So.
Right. So she could use a little loving.
Yes.
FDM said, girl, you can work from anywhere. PMs are in demand.
Yeah, I've been getting emails. I'm like, I don't want to talk to y'all. Stop emailing me. See me in a
Because your
year.
job didn't want to let you go. Your job was like, girl,
My CEO actually called me in. He wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving because of something somebody did.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, no, it's me. It's
But I
not
mean,
you.
like,
It's like the breakup, right? It's not me, it's you.
but I mean, like, they wasn't serving what they were supposed to have
No,
served.
they weren't. I mean, if I worked directly for the CEO, I think really he was really the only one that appreciated my what I was bringing to the table. But he'll bring you and put you here, set you free to do great things, but then you got to deal with all the other people around you and their mess, and so that wasn't nice at all. So um, even another sister just disappointed me. But he told me I could use him as a safety net, and if I want another job, I want a job when I come back, just give him a call. I'm like,
Girl, he came back. He came through like Kevin Costner, because in every movie Kevin Costner and with black women, he's saving them, right?
for real? What was the movie?
Yeah, it was that Whitney Houston joint.
Uh-huh.
What's the name of
Bodyguard.
it? Bodyguard.
Uh-huh.
And then the other one with the black women scientists.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So based off of 2 movies, I'm drawing this giant
Okay.
conclusion. But you get where I'm going.
Okay. Put on our team then. I'm good with that.
It's just 2
we'll
that
take
come
it.
to mind right now.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Stacey Ann said, what are you most looking forward to about your travels?
I think just the peace. I feel like I'm going to get out there and kind of forget about some of the things that bog me down here.
Girl, I hate to tell you, but
Look, I hope.
girl, you're gonna be in Paris in the fetal position, baby. You're gonna be in Nice crying your eyes out because you're not gonna have no distractions. I mean, we're gonna be around, but I think sometimes those things just get louder, But it gives you if you're with it, it gives you the possibility to process it. All the stuff. This is something I've been thinking about a lot. Is like I think a lot of people are like, man, just let me get out the country. Just let me get out. Let me just hold it together. And how much stuff we repressed within ourselves to like reach this point or whatever. And then we think something's gonna happen. Like, oh, I'll be totally perfectly healthy when I get to Paris. But it's like you didn't really do the work.
No, I'm
not you specifically, like
right.
You, the universal you, to take care of your emotional well-being, so that when you are in these places alone and you are faced with yourself for the first time ever, because your daughter has been with you for, it seems like a long time
ever.
So you're gonna be alone for the first time in a long time. It's gonna get real quiet, boo.
I was telling her, she asked me when she came over today if I missed having the dogs around. I'm like, yeah, I have. I said, this is my first time. My son was my 21st birthday present. Hey, son. So I have to acknowledge them. I'm talking about them while they're in the room.
Right.
So I didn't really, I was never on my own. Never. So just the week or so that I've been without the dogs, without my daughter, it's like, oh, this is what it's going to be like. A couple of days I just stayed in the bed, but it takes some getting used to, and some feelings do kind of bubble up, and I'll be all right though.
Of course, darling. That was never in question.
I got your phone number anyway.
Yeah,
put your phone number out. I got it. So
okay.
But it's not just me. Like, there's all of us. All of us are part of the community. Angela said we do it scared around here.
I want you to say hi to my son.
Oh yes, please. Hi.
Hello.
So tell us all Teresa's dirt. Like we need stories. Yeah. Go ahead.
She really doesn't need glasses. I don't know why she wears them.
Because that's small. I can't read that.
She doesn't need them. She can see just fine. It's like 40/60 or something like that.
That's the dirt. Come on, man. Vision.
Oh, all right.
We need something juicy.
She has no dirt.
She gets new tires after only putting 20 miles on the originals. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
You want mustard?
Loyalty.
What is it?
I trained them well.
Don't pull that type of stunt with us. That's
You want
ridiculous.
to get real food, but
She can't see and she get new
can you
tires
cook a
after
little
2
bit?
weeks.
We're gonna come
What?
back and we can finish making some food.
You're
Let me run my
walking.
fingers through you. Teresa sings,
Oh.
y'all. You ready?
My daughter wants to rat me out.
Oh,
Can you?
come through.
All right, is that?
She might actually though.
Look, I'm like, she don't know. I'm done. What does she know? She probably will do it for real. Come, just come here real quick. You don't said something now.
No, we do not, Rosanna. We do not take on other people's fears.
You sure don't. Well, I did, but I'm trying to stop. Say hi.
Hey, boo.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Congratulations on your apartment.
Thank you.
How are you settling in? Okay. Okay, so if you had to tell your mother something that you have not told her yet, that has been on your heart to tell her, what would that be?
But right now we're going to get some.
I miss you a lot, like
Like
a lot. And I wonder if that has to do with the whole. I mean, it's the first time I've been alone, and I'm so used to. I mean, I talk to myself enough, but especially when the dogs look at me like I'm crazy, having full blown conversations, it's a little lonely.
Aw.
I miss you, and I miss cooking and you not eating my food.
Ooh,
Yeah, I miss you too.
she made them tears go right back. A little bit of shade. That was a little bit of
Right,
shade.
just a
Teresa.
little bit. Just y'all can take the car if you want to. Melanie.
Oh, I love this show. This is the best show I've ever done.
Family
Okay.
show. This is like it's your life. It's your life.
Okay, glass half full gal said, "Are you house sitting Airbnb hostel?"
I am on trusted house sitters. I have to reckon in my mind if I'm okay with. I mean, I don't know. It's all me. I got hang-ups. Like I'm leaving my dogs just to travel and go take care of somebody else's pets. It doesn't feel right. And then too, being in somebody else's place. I mean, I could see like a hotel or something. It's like people are just coming through, but it's not like this is their sanctuary and this. I mean, or whatever. I don't know. I want to be open to it, but right now I'm not ready to house sit. But I'm leaving that as a possibility for you. So I'll mostly do Airbnbs. That's my plan.
But like with an Airbnb, like
What the energy thing?
no, like that's
I
sometimes
know.
sometimes they're not rental properties. Sometimes they're like somebody's actual.
I know.
I'm gonna let you have.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get past something. I have to live somewhere. So, I'm gonna have to
Right?
get past
You
something.
can't talk. You can't talk yourself out of everywhere.
All right, let me see if my little light will come on. So I'll start
Uh-oh.
gray over here.
Not you getting your life together.
Look, but it shows my glasses.
Well, your son said you ain't need them anyway, so.
I can't read this little.
BB said, "I will gladly accept a donated vehicle or an exchange for storage." An exchange for storage.
Exchange for storage.
BB, what that mean? Rosanna said, "Get a fake wedding ring." These
I was
N-words
thinking
don't
about
care.
doing that, but I don't want them
They do
to
not
like chop my
care.
finger off and be like, that might make me ooh.
All right. No, that's not what we're doing. Oh, she's taken, so she's more desirable. I already know where you're going with that.
Yes, that's what
I know.
But I mean, it's say somebody wants me. I can pretend.
Oh, you're wanted, darling. You have to want yourself first.
I'm gonna be wanted by somebody I want. We can make that a song. Get
I think
wanted by somebody.
Marvin Gaye did already. But I want you to want me too.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
Christina said, thoughts on traveling with pets.
My doggies are 11 years old. I didn't want to take them through what I anticipate the trauma of traveling like that. And I'm not going to just stay in one place. It'd be different if I was just going to drive down to Mexico and hang out for a year, and throw them in the back seat and we'd be out. But I didn't want to risk taking them on a plane and whatever, because they won't be like sitting on my lap or under the chair. They'd have to be in some compartment somewhere.
Yeah.
I have 2 Cocker Spaniels. So, yeah, I just didn't want to do that.
Someone asked Courtney, said, "Where are you going?" But they got her together in the comments.
Okay.
She started in Paris, then we're traveling down south.
Mhm.
Stacey Ann said it will come up to be acknowledged and released. She's talking about the emotional stuff when you get in that quiet place.
Mm-hmm.
No matter where you go, there you are, honey. Isn't
Right?
that the truth? Isn't that the
Right?
truth? FDM says she hasn't lived alone in decades.
It's like you want it, and then when you get it, it feels weird. But I'll get over it. I'll get used to it.
It's transition. Transition is that girl. She ain't never coming and going quietly. She always got to make a big fuss.
Hey, I'm here.
Right. So what's going on? Knocking stuff over. All right. Okay.
Hey, Courtney, you're about to be an empty nester next year.
Mm-hmm. Adelia said
Anticipation.
she didn't live alone until she was 42.
I'm 54, so yeah. Yeah, well, you should have said that when you were on camera.
Oh, sorry.
We still heard her. She said 56.
No, she said 36. She keeps telling me
Oh.
I'm 36, and she,
Oh.
So I'm like, you should have been throwing out compliments when you were on camera.
Don't be like that, Teresa.
Mhm.
I see y'all. Girl, I'm in Jamaica and I have family around, but I literally cry periodically and it's only been 2 weeks. Girl, let the release happen. Release the
Yes.
Kraken.
And
Hey,
have
Latoya.
you ever been in that spot where you have so much going on and you want to cry to kind of get it out and you can't?
No, I always.
Really?
Sorry. Can't really.
That's
No, girl, if it's one thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cry. Okay.
that's a bad spot to be in. So you don't usually like kind of.
I'm not a repressor.
Okay. I am. I've been a serial repressor. Hi, my name's Teresa.
Okay.
I'm a repressor.
This is not Repressors Anonymous. I'm over
I'm
it.
a serious repressor. Oh, yeah.
But it'll be wonderful, man. Just think about how light you're gonna feel. That's where I always go. It's like, yes, the transition is ugly, but like what's on the other side of it? And on the other side is like, you said you want peace, honey. When you like process it and let that stuff go,
Mhm.
you just be looking around and you be like, wow, this is the moment. Like I am living life in this moment, in this moment, in this moment. And it just gets more and more delicious. Of course, there's the ups and downs and like other stuff come through,
Right.
whatever. But
Mhm.
being on the other side of whatever it is that you're going through,
Mhm.
that's the lick.
I can't wait. I actually
Courtney.
felt a little bit lift off when, I left my job. I didn't really feel it till maybe 3 days later because I was still like waking up like, I felt like I'm forgetting something. But then I felt a little weight lift off maybe 3 days after, not working. So I anticipate more and more as I get closer and closer, to leaving.
Is running up on you. Janelle
Mhm.
said, what's the name of her blog?
The name of my blog is Sabbatical Life, and it's sabbaticallife.net. Right now, it still says coming soon because I'm still tweaking my page, but I hope to have it out within the next 2 weeks. My goal is to have it up live by the time I set foot on that plane, November 3rd. So
Creating a sabbatical life.
.net. Yes. And I'm going to change my Instagram. Did you guys tell me to change the name, or I forgot what you guys told me to do? Yes, that's it. Change
So,
the name of my Instagram.
Teresa was wondering if she should keep her Instagram her name or if she should change it to a brand. And we said like a hybrid sometimes. But like either way, I don't know that it really matters.
I mean, I'll post under that, but whether to change the name or not, I don't know. It probably doesn't make a difference.
You just get going and do what feels right, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Savannah's not a crier either. Do you repress? Are
Now
you a
you know.
represser?
Now you know. Where'd she say that? I didn't see that. Oh, I didn't scroll down there.
12:43.
Not the timestamp. Glass half full said, "Can I do that?" Oh, I can't do that. It said you have a beautiful family.
Oh, thank you.
And
I
Courtney,
believe 'em.
hashtag the not eating her food movement. I don't know that that's great, but
Who's not eating her food?
you not eating your daughter's food.
Me. Oh,
Uh-huh. I love getting a tea. Ooh, I love getting a tea.
no, she back there yelling, "Amen." Tell her in the background.
I mean, that is a form. Food preparation is a form of love.
It's a love language.
And
Sometimes I'm just not hungry. I know. I know.
is it you not hungry or you trying not to go to the hospital? Let's
No,
get into
I'm
it.
just not hungry.
Damn, that must be loud. I love you. Can you hear me in the other room? I love you, girl. I love you. Subscribe to my channel.
I love you too.
Courtney said, "How will you generate income?"
Well, right now, I'm working on. I have my what is it? Print on demand T-shirt business. I'll probably, since I have quite a few T-shirts out, I'll work on marketing those more because I make a couple of cents a month. Just I've got one shirt. Interestingly enough, I have a shirt called Sabbatical Life that just keeps selling, just keeps selling. I'm like, oh, I just use that name as my blog. So that's kind of where that came from. It's one of my early designs.
That's great because it's like
Yeah.
you're testing to see what's good, and you had interest there.
Yeah, it's
So-
clearly resonating with people on
Yeah.
Amazon. I'm just like, wow, okay. I had to send some cease and desist letters. Go ahead, do it, girl. Pop it. Pop it.
Now you know it's been 100 years. Ouch, it's hurting my hand.
Can you do it like this?
Let me get my my couture blanket. Keep talking, Teresa.
I wanted it to pop so we could hear it. Okay. Tell me when it's coming.
Oh my.
You gotta do it like that, right?
That's what she said. Sorry, I couldn't miss that opportunity.
Oh, Junkyard, you're also doing print on demand? Yeah, it's I feel like I only need she's trying really hard.
I need a knife. I'm sure that's the worst idea ever.
That's probably the worst.
Where's my cork? This plastic thing. It's an Italian spumante.
Yeah, you did. No, you're doing it the right way. I don't want you to hurt yourself, especially not on camera. Don't shake it up.
Girl. So
I didn't want to say get a man. She said it first.
Who said that?
Waffle Talk.
The anti-feminism shall not live in this room.
Monique says twist it.
I'm trying to.
You guys remember that game? Pop it, twist it, bop it. It was bop it. I said pop it, bop it, twist it, crank it. That was, if you had no sound, I'm sure that looked real cute. Wanda?
Teresa.
Junkett says, hold the bottle in one hand and twist with the other.
Yes, that is what I'm doing, ladies.
Yes, that's what we're doing.
Y'all will not mansplain a bottle opening.
Yeah, Bob, it was fun, wasn't it, Angela?
Man, I need to do some push-ups or something, or get one of them hand grippy thingies.
It said opposite directions, twisted opposite directions. Like,
Okay.
isn't that a dance?
Isn't it like the peanut butter jar? You remember on the Cosby Show when they was just like to open the jar?
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know
think
if
that
we should
thing
do that with
ever
that.
worked. People be lying, having people at home trying to open up a jar by hitting it.
That's part. Kids are good for that sometimes. Here, open this for me.
I should have done real yoga today instead of yin yoga because,
Hey,
hey,
have you had any other encounters at the cafe since that whole family
you know,
thing?
I ain't went back. Okay, so since I found out Cat Daddy, he hasn't messaged me either because you know he had my phone number or whatever. Well, my
Oh
local
yeah.
phone number. Ow! But no, I haven't even been back. I messaged one of the girls. I actually kind of want to do a YouTube live with her too.
The one with the Instagram, the little
Yeah,
influencer.
the one with the. I mean, they
Oh,
all
when
got
she
it.
had a.
It's amazing. It's fascinating. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, I have a Albanian sugar daddy, if I so choose. You know, Siberian Husky. I'm not a crier. Rosanna, I would never have figured that out. I would never have known that you wanted.
Siberian Huskies are beautiful dogs. Oh, look,
Okay, Courtney said, "What was the?" Hi, cutie.
that's Gigi.
You want some love from mommy? You excited?
Mhm. Yeah, she wants to see what's in my hand. She's so smart.
Nosy.
Mhm.
Courtney said, "What was the final straw that made you say I'm ready and done with everything?"
Um, the house or the job? I think. Well, let me think about that. I really, I had been things had been mounting from just before my mom's death, and I was just uncomfortable in the place that I was, the place that I was in, my jobs, my life. I was just kind of going through the motions, making sure everybody was okay, paying the bills, and so on and so forth. And I think with my house, I just got fed up with the animals. I think the rooster probably did it for the roosters and snakes. I'm like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm going to put my house up for sale. I didn't expect it to sell in 2 days. But that way, you got it. Did we miss the pop, Wanda? Oh, she can't hear me. She doesn't have her headphones in. Did you pop it? I can't hear you now.
I turned my mic off. I just had to get my accoutrement to help me to open this thing up.
Oh, okay. So you got it open?
No, not yet. I'm
Oh,
working on it.
you're taking a break.
Sorry, I left during that question, but this is urgent. So
Yeah, no, I was that was it for the house, the animals. I was sick of the animals coming through, and I was just kind of I imagine it like some kind of container, and this is the top, and I was filled up, suppressing things. I was filled up to here. Every once in a while, some would spill over. Some would just spill over the edge, and I just kind of maintained here for a long time. So some spilled over. I sold my house. You know, again, some spilled over, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get out of this job. You know what? I'm leaving the country.
girl, you going to Mars next?
The country. If I could get a spaceship. No, it wasn't just one
I
thing.
wanna leave.
I wanted out. So yeah. And to be honest, that Exodus summit really made me think sabbatical and consider more than just taking a month off. Because I was a contractor at the time, so I could take off if I wanted to. But they hired me full time during the pandemic, at the beginning of the pandemic, and then told me I had to be in the office every day. I was bamboozled.
Right.
So So yeah, so I just started planning and plotting, and I'm like, I'm out of here at the end of my lease. If I could have gotten my daughter into her own place and found a home for my dogs before my lease was up, I would have broke my lease and got out of here. But my daughter is a month into her own place now, and she took my dog, so that we got it right up to the wire.
To the wire.
To the limit, to the wall.
Courtney said, "Let me know how I can help you. I design websites and am a cyber security professional."
Ooh, wonderful. That was Courtney, right?
Courtney, yes. She said, "I cry here and there when we left our house. I totally ugly cried. Girl, that letting go will take you through, honey. I totally ugly cried, even though I wanted to get on the plane, right?" It's like, ooh, I'm leaving, but ooh, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Rosanna, girl, we could talk about it, honey. She said her parents weren't emotional or show emotions. Period of loss. She just disconnected.
Yeah.
We could talk about all of that. I think you maybe already got this. BB said, "I meant if she wants to store her vehicle in my garage in exchange for me using it." Oh, she bikes
Oh.
scooters, but searching for a car. Another sis mentioned she donated her vehicle to a co-worker.
Oh, that's not my ex keeps asking for my car. We're still friends. But I'm what's the word? Friends.
Friends with benefits?
No. No. No, what do you call it? Not congenial. What's the word? Conjugal?
Conjugal.
No benefits like that. No. But he wants to buy my car. I don't think he's going to get it either. We're almost there. Okay, now you can do the thing. The thing.
I don't even know if it's gonna pop.
Okay, if it doesn't, we'll make the sound.
Okay, ready? 5,
All
6,
right,
7,
ready.
8.
Yeah!
It made a sound.
Yay! Did you guys
No,
hear that?
Don't be judging me. I don't have no proper glasses or whatever.
Pop in the
Time to get
bubbly.
tipsy. Okay, so the ex might get the car. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to CarMax or Carvana, because I hear they're paying good money for Tasty. What's that?
Get you right back in. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I'm going to see about selling it to Carvana or CarMax, because I hear they're paying good money for used cars. If I can use that money, maybe I can stretch out how long I stay. No?
Not you,
Oh.
Rosanna. She said learn to saber bottles. And then she said it was awkward.
We're celebrating. Celebration.
Moni said just twist it. All right, y'all. Okay, Angela. All right. Live is over. Enjoy your Saturday, ladies.
Maybe.
I'm sick of y'all.
Yeah, I hear they're paying good money.
I got a lot of folks in the kitchen. Ain't nobody cooking. Hold the bottle in one hand, twist with the other. All right, y'all.
We were a team, help a sister out.
No, y'all was team.
Critical. Do that. Is that a heart?
No, yes, it was a heart.
Okay.
Or there's that one. That's the one I was trying to think of.
The violin?
No, it's a heart. You'll know when you go to Asia.
Okay, I see it down. Go where?
Asia. Hi, ladies. That's Jennifer. Okay, so Christina has been in the wings.
Okay.
Christina wants to come up. You could stay with us, or you can make your way out of the door. I don't know what you want to do.
Whatever. I'll go on mute. You can throw me off and give her the spotlight.
I mean,
or whatever. We can make it a party. I'm good.
Okay, so here we go. And how do I? A professional YouTuber, you guys.
Yeah, the hair.
So can I make her? How do I make myself not big? How do I make one of y'all big? All right, whatever. Hey, Christina. Hey, girl.
Hi.
Christina, love, not hate, darlings. How many times in your life have you heard that? Every day.
I know. I'm so excited to see you guys. This is so cool.
So what's good, Christina? What's going on in your life, girl?
I'm just in Jamaica. I upped and left. The plan was actually to go to Albania, but as life so have it, I ended up in Jamaica. So now I'm just, healing and, trying to figure things out. And then hopefully I could get to Albania.
Good. So you said your family is there, but you're not staying with them?
So it's my dad has like a place here, so I'm staying at that place and I'm staying with like one person, but we're not family. But I have family. Yeah, I'm like, but I have family like close distance. If I need anything, they'll get me stuff because I'm still under quarantine. I have to do a 14-day quarantine here.
Oh.
So I've just been locked in the house, just left to my thoughts. So that's why I thought that was like,
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow, I've had time to actually think. And I'm like a person that has bottled up a lot of emotions, so it's like unearthing those. That's just like, oh, this is random. Where's this coming from? So it's been quite an experience.
It always seems like that, but I guess like your mind is just constantly like connecting the dots
Yeah,
and bringing up stuff. So
for sure.
So you haven't been able to do nothing then with the quarantine.
I didn't hear. Sorry, you broke out.
You haven't been able to do anything because you're in quarantine.
Yeah, nothing. So I've literally just been the four walls. I look outside. I like maybe step out and then come back in the house. So I haven't done anything. Tomorrow is the last day, so then I'll be able to like go around a little bit. But it's weird because I think I want to be on this journey. Jamaica was literally the last place on earth I wanted to be. So it's like so interesting being here. And then just trying to figure out how to navigate it because this wasn't necessarily the experience that I wanted. But I'm just trying to like go with the flow and then like just figure out what's gonna happen next and like why am I here type of situation. So yeah.
So you said you'll be there for an unknown amount of time, and
Yeah,
then
I
you want
think
to.
I think my goal is to be here until maybe January, February.
Okay.
And then leave. I'm still like, so right now I teach English online, and I do options trading and I do a bit of UX design. So it's just trying to figure out like a full stable salary for traveling with trading. It's kind of hard with the different time zones and then not having stable internet, like being stuck in as a day trader, being stuck in a trade or something. And then teaching online, like, I don't know if you guys know, but with China, they closed down a lot of the teaching stuff. So my classes are finishing like this week. And then with UX, it's like super hard because I got a certification during the pandemic,
Yeah.
but it's like really hard like getting into the field. I did a contract work, but it's just so challenging. So I was just trying to figure that out. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a work in progress, but I'm just really excited for this community. As an adult, it's super hard to make friends. And I stumbled across like your Albania video, and I was like, she's interesting. Let me create a Facebook account because I literally created my Facebook just to be in the group. So this is really cool.
I think that has been some ladies that have done that, like created an account to join. Not just
Yeah,
my group, but like groups in general. Because
groups
they
in
just
general.
come in handy. Yeah, when you're traveling.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you being here. And congratulations, girl. This is a celebration. This is the Black Party, right? So
Yeah, thank
congratulations,
you.
Teresa. Congratulations, Christina. Both of you are doing it. Like you are in process. That is so dope.
Thank you.
So dope. Also about the teaching, like, so a lot of the Chinese companies aren't hiring foreigners, but some other companies like it's still going on. So I hope that you're finding those.
Yeah, so it's there's like Cambly and stuff. The salaries are just a lot lower. Um,
Oh,
so it's just
yeah.
just so it's just trying to find like a good balance in what is actually worth my time versus working on building my own stuff. So I'm just trying to navigate that, trying to be creative with um, you know my own business and trying to figure out what I want to do to generate my own income instead of like just trying to apply for jobs like you talked about, because that was a part with the UX where I was like, I just stopped applying for like 8 months because it was just rejection. Like I was just pumping out like cover letters, resumes, and it was just rejection, rejection, rejection. And I was like, okay, I need to take a break. I had the stocks and that helped me generate income. But yeah, it's challenging.
Yeah, that transition. Cause like paycheck every 2 weeks is addictive. Like it is a drug. Like, oh,
It's
I
guaranteed.
just right. Just get
Yeah,
this in my bank. It's magic. That's awesome. And
yeah,
so working outside of that framework can be a thing. I think most of us can identify with that on
yeah,
some level, for sure, for sure.
yeah. And this morning I actually saw your video, like living on $10. Like I just saw the headline, and I'm like, okay, I need to go watch that. I need to see what she did. To live on $10 a day, because that sounds crazy. Like I don't know how someone's able to do that. So that's interesting.
That house sitting really helps. And then being aware of your budget and working within that. And sometimes that has to do with the country that you're living in as well.
Yeah.
Um, and then maybe just charging your worth. I don't know, just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Facts.
You know,
Was there a
so I
certain
think
area that you house sat in that was more lucrative?
so. Trusted House Sitter specifically is what I used, and that is a British company. And
Oh,
so a lot of the house sits, like these Brits own properties or they're living somewhere else in the EU.
mhm.
Um, so like there's so many house sits, and a lot of them are for a long time. Or sometimes people own properties and they just want somebody to come through and watch it. Like it's just the property. There's no animals, maybe some plants or whatever.
Mhm.
So I house sat in France, in Spain, in Britain, in Ireland. Yeah.
I'd like to get to Ireland, so I might look at house sitting there because I know they're fairly expensive. Um,
Once you take the accommodation is always going to be your highest cost. Once you take
right.
that out of the equation, things become so much easier.
Mhm.
Um, then you just go get your groceries, or eating out can be expensive. France is not that bad, really, when it comes to eating out. Girl, get you to a bakery. Get thee to a bakery.
I
Go get you
love.
some fresh croissants.
That's what I have to say. On my first trip to Paris, I I got some bread, and I'm thinking I've
Bread.
had French bread before, but I'm like, this is so good. I mean,
So good.
I'm a
It's
carboholic.
fresh.
I love bread. It was so good.
It's
And then
good.
I remember she's like, "Oh, I want to take you to the bakery. You have to try eclairs." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't like eclairs." She's like, "No, just try it." I'm just like, "Ah, okay, I'll try it." I had a chocolate eclair. I have
Okay.
never had an eclair before.
and then you turned into a chocolate eclair.
I
Okay,
don't know what they're feeding us here. It
crap.
is so good.
There is something so amazing about being in a country and eating the food of the country,
Mhm.
the soil, the water, the climate conditions, everything that goes into creating that food and it being made there by people who are used to making it.
Mm.
My daughter says they put love in their food. When we
I don't
buy
know about
food
that
at
because
these
they're
places,
French, but
you put the love in the food.
girl, I don't know about that, but yes, it's so good. And you know that Europe bans a whole bunch of ingredients that America allows.
Really?
So
Well, I'm looking
absolutely.
forward to eating good because I don't
Bet
know
you
what they
will.
feeding us over here.
You
Maybe
gonna
I'll
get your
try
eat,
some.
love, pray on. I know that for sure.
I had to see that movie. People, since I told people
I
I
don't
was
know that the
going
movie
to
was
watch
good. The
a
book
movie,
was
I've never
good.
seen it.
I've
The
never
book, you
seen
watched
it.
read the book?
She was all right.
I guess
Yeah, I
read
read the
it.
book.
Maybe I read.
I guess
seen
I read.
some.
Elizabeth, is that her name? Elizabeth something something.
I
I
don't
think
know.
she's good. I could write
Alexa.
it. Gilbert. Elizabeth Gilbert.
Oh, I was going to ask
You
Alexa.
about to tell us good. Courtney said, "Can you house sit with pets?" I think it is an agreement that you have with the homeowner because, like, sometimes the existing pets in the home may not vibe with what you bring in, but like you might not know that. So you just ask, just be like, "Hey, this is me. I'm traveling with my pet," so that they know up front. Whenever you do like an intro, so like you bid, not bid, you apply for house sit. So you message, they put their house sit up and then they invite house sitters to apply for the sit. And so you message them, and in the message that you send to them, you just make it clear. And then you make it clear on your profile as well, like, hey, I'm traveling with an animal. And if you got a problem with that, then I'm not the sitter for you or whatever.
Oh, Stacy stayed in a hostel in Nice.
Let's see. Years ago, I stayed in a hostel in Nice, and they had a brick
Years ago.
oven to make their own bread. So good, it was served free every morning.
Oh, sounds lovely.
It's real. Like I cannot explain it to you any
I'm
other
not
way.
going
It's
to try to
just
be low carb in France. I'm just not going to try.
so good. It's just so good. It just breaks apart in your hand and it's so flaky and just
Yes, the croissant.
like all of it. It's just
Croissant
yes,
to just so crusty, and it's like oui, je voudrais un croissant avec beurre.
okay.
Play. Merci. Look, and they'll just switch to English on me. Do you want an English menu? I'm like,
They're not gonna switch to English. They don't know English, like largely. You'll find the young people, and this seems to be a thing across countries, is like younger people may know English more than the older people. And if you try to speak French with them, they will correct you or just tell you to just say what you're trying to say. You do a lot of pointing, like, let me get and this and
mhm. Okay,
good luck.
thank you. It's going to be an adventure. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Courtney said, is anybody black sitting to Costa Rica?
Costa Rica. Somebody had a sale.
Costa
Rica.
Rica. So wait, are we gonna karaoke?
Oh, we're karaoke.
Are we? Do y'all want to karaoke? Who else? Does
Come on,
anybody else want to
Christina.
come?
Let's do it.
I
Let's do it.
can't sing. You sounded real good. I sound like a dying animal.
No,
We like different animals.
we can do In Vogue. It's three of us.
And what of it? Mel said, I am from Europe and stayed for 1 year in the US, and something what I missed was healthy, nice bread. Okay. Because girl, like we just don't have that type of culture. Of course, there are bakeries in America, but like girl, you going to Kroger and you going to get that bread in the bag, child. I mean, there's a bakery in Kroger, but like it's not the same. It's not the same.
You know, the one thing I don't get though is they have those
Baguettes.
baguettes, and stick it out
Teresa.
of the bag.
Teresa,
I didn't tell
this
your
is
mind to go
a
there.
family show.
Ow. Anyway,
It does stick out of the bag.
why don't they cover the whole thing? The
maybe you
bag
need a
is always
snack on
just
the
short
way.
and the bag is
That's
so,
black. You're like, oh, it's getting germs and stuff. It's fine.
you're on the
It's
subway,
fine. It's
people
fine.
breathing,
On the
take
subway.
it home and got COVID on it.
Well, I didn't think about that, but true.
it's just
But I mean,
big.
you on the subway, Teresa. There's bakeries on every corner.
No, not me. I saw people. I'm just like, cover that bread up. What? Why do
Janelle
they
sent
not
some
bags that are
emojis. I
long
don't know what
enough?
they are. I can't tell what those are, but I hope they're not eggplants. Janelle, I hope you're on your good behavior.
Those are smiley faces. No eggplants. Those are laughing faces.
You can see them? Oh, why can't I see
Yeah,
them?
I can see them.
That's rude. Okay, well, good job, Janelle. Thank you. The champagne is hitting. The bubbles are hitting. Seems like it's all white bread, just in different shapes. I don't know that it is. Like, I guess some of it is white. European bread. So, does anybody else want to come up and talk with us, or are we gonna sing, or like what's happening?
Pick the
Because
song.
it's a block party.
Hey, Courtney, you asked why did I sell my house versus renting it out for rental income?
Ooh, that's good.
I didn't want to deal with the maintenance and repair and all that stuff. That was I thought about renting it out and then letting a company manage it. It wouldn't the income that I would get from that. I didn't think was worth the headache that it might cause. So I thought selling was much better. And plus, it was a seller's market. I got
2 days.
yeah. I sold it in 2
amazing.
days. I got multiple offers all over asking.
Wow.
So someone's like, "Oh, you didn't price it high enough." I'm like, yes, I did. I priced it, good for where we were at the time, but the competition was so heavy. I never thought I'd see anything like that in my life. But yeah, all of them were over asking.
I heard something about, Zillow, Zillow, buying up entire neighborhoods and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't
So I'm
know
curious about.
I think they're probably doing like when we were in the housing crisis and all those investors bought those foreclosed houses and kind of sat on them until the market turned. They put renters in a lot of them, and they sat on them. When the market turned, they started selling them off for more money. Here, I think. Well, I don't know if they're buying the houses up, and who knows what they're going to do. But
what they're gonna do? They're gonna make money. That's what they're there for.
Yeah.
They're not just gonna buy an entire house.
What I'm finding happening, one of the difficulties in getting my daughter a house, a place to live here, is that as people are moving around the country because of this, more people are working from home. They're moving around the country to less expensive places, especially from California and New York. They're coming down here, snatching up these houses, and people that are not that are not able to afford those houses are going to apartments. The apartment prices are going higher. Some of like my daughter didn't want an apartment over $1,000.
Yeah.
So there are very few like that. So we were watching them waiting for vacancies. We watched them for several months, and as they became vacant, they raised the rent price $300, $400, $500. This apartment here that I'm getting ready to leave is already rented. I know because the cable company called me and said, "Oh, the people moving into your apartment." Well, I'm like, can they wait? Anyway,
Can you wait until I'm in the grave good before you start shoveling the dirt? Dang.
Right. They went up $400 on this unit, $400 a month. So
That's
all the prices
ridiculous.
are going up, and now with all these, the moratorium has been lifted on evictions. All those people that were behind, they're being put out, and they're lifting the rent up. So it's about to get crazy.
It's gonna get crazy.
Yeah.
That sounds ugly as all get out. Glass half full gal said, "How did you end up in Jamaica when heading for Albania?"
Yes.
Yeah. So I was debating whether or not to go to Albania. And I remember Wanda was talking about like the COVID rates going up in Albania, and I was doing the research on that, and I'm like, dang, I don't really want to be in a situation where I'm going to be out there and like something's going to happen. I was expressing it to my dad, and he was like, well, if you're not sure right now, with the COVID situation, you could always go to Jamaica. You have connections there. Why not just do it? You could save money staying in the apartment. So it just seemed financially feasible. And then because of the COVID situation, I just decided Jamaica is the option for right now. Nothing
Thank
too
you for
crazy.
sharing it.
Yeah.
Just taking in the data, making some informed decisions.
Yeah.
Those numbers have been declining, by the way, but just like recently.
Yeah.
But yeah. Teresa Janela says, where city does Teresa live in?
Now I live in Duluth. It's a suburb
You want
of Atlanta.
you want to put your address just out there on the internet?
Sure, because I'll be gone.
She's like, I
Well,
don't
be going, but you're not going yet. See, that was a test, Teresa. You failed. you're supposed to be holding back.
I told y'all I was.
We told them, we're
It's
telling
all the
you.
business.
Yeah, let's put this to the side.
I almost gave my address too. You know the name of the apartments?
Are you hungry?
Gwinnett
Oh,
County.
no.
It's ugly. I'm in San Diego, and that's exactly what's happening. Especially San Diego, like, Rosanna. So anybody else trying to come up here? What's good, y'all? Y'all feeling froggy? Y'all want to jump?
Come to the stage. Come have fun with us. We doing
It's
insecure
a block
tonight?
party. It's a block party.
Insecure.
There's no music. I wanted to play music, but YouTube is a hater.
Oh
They
yeah,
would
we
like
get in
flag the
trouble.
video and mute it, so I couldn't do that. She said, LJ Hill 30 said, any thoughts, tips on booking international airfare deals, best time? I don't know that that's a thing anymore. Is that a thing still?
Well, I know
Hard to say.
this past month, they said it was the cheapest airfares they've seen in a long time in September.
To where?
Everywhere. Like I was looking for tickets all over the world, and they were in the $100 to maybe $400 range.
You're right. I saw some.
It was insane. I don't know if they're still there, but
What is it? Main cabin to Paris, like $200, $300.
it was crazy.
But
It was crazy.
my first flight is not going to be in main cabin.
Okay, she's not a main cabin type of girl.
Flight number 1 is going to be business class. I'm treating
Okay.
myself.
She'll be eating good. She'll be sleeping good, drinking good. Although you're not really supposed to drink, but whatever.
And then the rest
Live
of
your
them will be on main cabin.
Ryanair.
I'm gonna splurge a little bit my first flight out. So yeah, but yeah, I guess you're right. I did see some pretty inexpensive, but as far as I agree with Wanda, I don't think there's a trick to it anymore. I would just I think 3 weeks out is about the sweet spot. It seems. Just in the past, when I tried to track flights, 3 weeks out seems to be the sweet. 3 to 5 weeks out seems to be the sweet spot. But I guess it all depends on where you are, where you're starting from.
Skyscanner is that girl for me.
Say. Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Skyscanner twins.
Yeah. a lot of good clothes.
Because with Skyscanner, my favorite thing about Skyscanner is you can, first of all, they need to be sponsoring this. Since I'm mentioning them, get your coins, girls. Don't be out here serving free. Anyway, my favorite thing about Skyscanner is you can put in your location and then search anywhere or everywhere or whatever the verbiage is. And you can even get a whole month of flight information for that. So you search from Atlanta, Georgia to everywhere in the month of June, and it'll give you the best prices for everywhere. And I just think, I don't know, there's something interesting about traveling in that kind of way and traveling to the places you wouldn't necessarily think to go to. That's why house sitting is so interesting to me. That's why like backpacking or this like fluid nomad lifestyle thing is so interesting to me. Even some of these digital nomad visas or these cities that are paying you to come and stay there. Like there's some cities in Italy and stuff like that. It's like people leave because there's no jobs. And so some cities just like want people there. And so they'll pay you to stay there. It's just an interesting way to travel. I think that it can take you to some really cool places and have some really different experiences than the Tulums, than the Parises, than the I don't know, other places, Amsterdam's, like whatever, the places that people generally
one-
think to go that have good marketing.
Yeah, the ones you hear about all the time or see on the
Yeah.
Instagrams, the Instagrammables.
Yeah.
But there's probably even better Instagrammable places out there that just haven't been advertised as much.
And I'm kind of happy for them because tourists
Yeah.
are the worst. Like you be overrun. Like it's great sometimes for local, like sometimes not. Like I wonder about how many dollars get spent in the actual community versus
Tourist spots.
the governments or the big companies that exist there, whatever. So there's that too.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to, you can do that on Google Flights as well.
So is that a new thing? Because like,
I don't know. You just don't put anything.
because
in the
Rosanna
box.
said that.
Yeah, you don't put anything in the box. And you can, what I was doing when I was looking for flights to Paris is I would put in like Atlanta, Boston, New York, and Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? 3, 4?
Atlanta, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And New Jersey. I would put all of those in the from and put to Paris. And then I would run the search and it would show me, which from one of those places the flight was less. So there's some tricks that it's just not, I stumbled upon them from videos. I didn't know you could search that way.
Oh yeah. Anissa said, did I say that right? Anicia. I am sorry, girl. She said it's happening in Tulsa too. I get offers to buy my house every month. It's not even on the market. Twin Mommy said, hey, Twin Mommy. Hey, girl. Scott's Cheap Travel. It's Scott's Cheap Flights, I believe. She's gotten and seen the best deals. So like they have like a free newsletter or something type of deal. And then there's like a paid service that you could get that might be worth it depending on how much you be out here in the streets. And I think it's sectioned by areas of the world too. So like it's really well organized or whatever.
So Wanda, what's been your favorite place to visit so far?
Me?
Or live in?
I'm my favorite. I'm serious. Like I'm the best home I've ever had. Like these places are cute or whatever. Like they are right. I've not been to any place where I'd want to like live, and I've rarely gone back to visit any one place. If I went back to visit, it was because of convenience.
Okay. Are you still trying to find a place that are you even trying to find a place that you would want to like settle down or live, or you just?
I mean, kind of. I think I want a home base because I want a studio and maybe more shoes. I'm not really a shoe girl. I don't know why I said that, but it just sounded nice.
I got some shoes.
Not no more, Teresa. I'm trying to get rid of this. Teresa was on Facebook, Henny. Come by this, girl. So yeah, I don't know. Places are cute and nice and whatever.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Nowhere is Wanda. Nowhere has screamed Wanda.
There's another tool you guys might want to be aware of is Momondo.
Oh yeah.
Momondo, Momando. I believe that's it. Momondo.
Mama say, Mama say.
LJ Hill. We need to just embrace the bougie. Embrace the.
I don't know that it's never been embraced. I think it's a thing. Um.
So, like, in Portugal.
So Courtney's wondering, how did you prepare financially? She's scared to leave because of the fear of finances. Who can relate to that? Raise your hand. I think everybody's scared of the finances. It is scary to bet on yourself when you never have, when you've had a job your entire life and you've never had to rely on your own imagination to create your own income. And especially when you're starting out, all the various parts that go into it, customer acquisition and social media management and everything, putting together your processes and systems, and sheesh. So, Teresa,
I think I just came to a point where I came to a point where my discomfort with where I was exceeded my fear of the finances.
say that
I
again.
had
Can you say that
savings.
again? Slow
I
it.
came to
Let's
the point.
rewind. Say that again.
Was that?
Say that again, please. Please
So
do.
I came to a point where my discomfort was greater than my fear of not being able to make money and
Yeah.
take care of myself. So I decided, let's do this. I'm going to do it. And really, it was, as I mentioned before, it was that just thinking, hey, I have been laid off. I'm giving my all to these companies. What did Stephanie always say? These jobs ain't loyal. They lay me off.
Neither are
Sometimes
these
I got a
walls.
severance, sometimes I didn't. And I just had to figure it out. And what's the only thing that would be different is I'm making the decision to do this myself. So yeah.
And that's huge, right? It's like ownership, it's empowerment. It's saying, I'm choosing to step away from this. And though it is scary, I am going to figure it out. I figured out stuff before in the past, and I'll be able to figure this out as well. You got to talk through the fear. You can't just let it sit there, because it will, and it will guide and direct all of your actions unless you consciously say, man, I am, or woman, or they, them, I am going to make space for myself in a way that I have never made space for myself before. I'm going to ground down in myself and do what it takes to figure it out. And I'm going to keep trying. And there's going to be failure as a part of that. And I think that's something we're all very afraid of, right? Because that could be detrimental depending on like what kind of support systems you have and such. But through the failure, I'm going to keep going. Like, and then there's this thing where it's like the business is not me, right? Yes, I'm putting myself out there in this kind of way, and it does need to have some type of reception, but that is not reflective of me as a whole. It's not reflective of me as a person, as a human being. This is just a piece of me that I'm putting out, that I'm putting a price on. And so it's all of that. Like, it's fantastic and magical and wonderful and horrible. And it will bring you low. It can, honestly speaking, because there's a lot of you that you have to face. Why am I not asking for this price? Why am I lowballing myself? I think that's a lot of it. Why am I imitating everything that I'm seeing versus just me going after the thing that I really want to do in the way that I really want to go after it? Or because there's nobody that's doing what you want to do, like, what does that even look like? Like, how do I package this? How do I put a pretty bow on it so people understand it and they know what they're buying into? And then there's the showing up part, like delivering on what it is you said that you could do. So it's like, it's no small thing, for sure, for sure. No small thing, but it's one of the most rewarding things. It's one of the things that's going to use up all the parts of you that have been, like vestigial organs, like with the ears. They say that, like, I don't know, there used to be a purpose for it or whatever. I don't know what it could have been. But we've not been able to use most of ourselves in our lives. We've been surviving. We've been paying the bills. We've been repressing. We've been fitting in. We've been not fitting in well, usually, really. And in order to fit in, making sure that you weren't showing up in certain ways, especially, when it comes to the hair and the code switching and like all that type of stuff that you had to do in order to get ahead. And then you could only get so far ahead. So, girl, just go. Just go. If you don't trust yourself, if you don't have that faith in yourself to be able to do the thing that you were put here to do, it's never going to shut up. That's the thing too. It's like it will literally never get quieter. I don't know how many years you've been on this earth, but it will literally never get quieter. It will always be in the back of your head ringing an alarm. Ding 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 ding. Don't you need to quit your job? Don't you need to go travel? Don't you need to go make more space for yourself? Don't you need to be using your gifts? It's never going to shut up. So it's like the more you embrace it and the more you lean into it, the more you make room for yourself and your gifts, I think they support you in that way. It's like you just let go, right? What do y'all think?
Amen. Amen. I mean, and just for the record, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid. All the stuff, am I going to be able to find a job when I get back? Am I going to make as much money as I was making before? Probably not. But am I going to be? What is that going to look like? What do my friends think? About me doing this. I don't want to admit I care about that, but I found out I did based on some of the things that they said that bothered me. You know, so there's definitely fear there, but I'm doing it in spite of that fear. I'm trying to acknowledge the fear is there and doing it in spite of the fear. I mean, I want it bad enough. I think that's what it's going to take. Once you get to the point where you want it bad enough, it takes you beyond the fear.
Christina.
No, it's a lot because I was having a conversation with my uncle the other night, and I think sometimes people just don't get like your thoughts and like what is it that you want, like because I told him I just want to travel, I want to experience the world, and he's like, but why, like, what are you trying to look for? And I'm like, I don't necessarily know what I'm looking for, but I just know I want to go, and there's a lot of fear in that. And Jamaica provides some level of security for right now. But I'm still not like mentally, it's just still not what I know I need necessarily. Um, and it's just getting ducks in row to actually like make that leap, and it's definitely scary. And yeah.
It's so interesting. It's just like, why would you want to do that? And so having to pull out the desire from yourself and scramble it into some letters that create words that make sense to other people, it's just like
Yeah.
it's almost impossible, really to explain it to somebody who doesn't have that desire, somebody who has a desire for safety, somebody who has a desire for the known, somebody who hasn't really thought a whole lot. Not necessarily that this is your uncle in particular, but just like
Yeah.
people in general, who hasn't thought a lot about what it means to live an examined life and to step into something that is more real and true for you specifically and versus the general population, right?
Yeah.
It's really difficult to explain that and then to accept it for yourself. Well, why do I?
Yeah.
Why do I have to be different? Like, what? Why do I want something?
And it's crazy because now it's like, I'm in the age range where my best friend just got engaged, and like everyone's like having babies, and I'm like, I want to leave. Like it's just my path is just not lining up with like my friends right now. And it's a bit of a weird place to be in, because it's like, should I be hitting these life milestones? I've always wanted to get married and have children and have, my white picket fence. But as I've gotten older, my vision for myself has been changing. And it's still not fully clear, but I'm like questioning a lot of the things that I've thought I wanted, and just trying to figure out how necessarily to navigate that, because it's not necessarily what we've been taught or shown to us in even our media, especially as women. Um, so it's interesting to navigate. It's scary, but then even though it's scary, we still want to do it because we know that there's something inside of us that's like, you just got to go do it. You got to do it. And it may take some of us longer than others, but we know that something's missing, right? So.
But I mean, even the quality of the conversations that we're having these days is totally different than 5 years prior.
Yeah.
So I tried to leave in 2010 the first time, and there was no existing infrastructure for Black women then. Neither was there when I left in 2016. And so it has been since 2017, when I started the Black Women Digital Nomad Entrepreneurs Group, this process of trying to build the infrastructure to create a space where we're able to have these conversations, where we're able to say, I'm choosing me. I'm not choosing to take care of the family. I'm not choosing to take care of the elderly. I'm not choosing to take care of the grandkids. I'm not choosing to be here as a resource for my kids. I'm not choosing to continue to give of myself to a job that doesn't value me really. I am choosing to center myself and give myself what it is that I want. And that is space. It is really different when you are in America, seeing yourself in that context, than when you're somewhere else, because there's just like not the history that exists there. So you're able to exist in your skin in another environment that is completely freeing. You get to put down, for the most part. Of course, it's global. Racism is global, but you get to put down, for the most part, the Black.
Yeah.
And in some ways you have this American privilege that's working for you. And it's just amazing. Like what could I do? I think about Toni Morrison. What could I do if I were just human? And how she like didn't entertain all this. She says that if you are so busy caught up explaining, then you're not busy doing your work. If you are busy fighting this and that, you're fighting this and that, you're not doing your work, which is pottery, which is, I don't know, saving the dolphins, or like whatever it really is, whatever is like really close to your heart. And having the time and the space to explore that, which we don't. If you're paying over $1,000 a month for rent, girl, you got to have a job. And you're not trying to stay with your family. Americans don't really do that. Not for real, for real. Yeah. So it's like, it's so compounded, and it's generational as well. Your mother didn't have herself. She couldn't give you what she didn't have. Her mother didn't have herself. So it's like, we are really changing the narrative, and it's so powerful. We're giving each other permission to step out, go onto a plane, go onto a boat, take a bus, like whatever it looks like, and say, I'm here and I'm gonna do me, and this is what it looks like to do me, and I'm figuring it out, and I'm gonna fall, you're gonna fall, I'm gonna stumble, you're gonna stumble, and that's okay, because I'm still doing what it is I need to do. And we're still doing what it is we need to do. That's why the community aspect is so important, so that we keep these things in perspective. While it sounds great, and while there are moments of loveliness, like it's just real life out here. There's a lot of you face, and it's not always pretty, and it's not always gentle, and it can tear you up and have you in a terrible space. Get therapy. But aside from that, like if you can find a good therapist, I won't leave that out. That is a thing. But like being in the process of it, and us being able to have these conversations about, girl, I've been neck deep in self-doubt this week, like whatever that looks like. I think that is also an important part of us continuing to choose that versus, girl, I just need to pack it up and head back home. To what? To who? That's why the sabbatical, like, I love y'all, but like the sabbatical, like, never jived with me, because like you really gonna go back and you really gonna insert yourself back into society and become a contributing member of society, like it's jail. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you leaving the jail of America and you're returning back to jail, essentially. That's not the best analogy, but I'll come up with something better later. You know what I mean.
Yeah, you're right on point. What was that who said that? Someone said something real cool I wanted to point out. Angela, buckle the fear into the seat next to you and take it with you.
That's what Angela got.
Wow.
Angela said that, yes.
Okay, so CDJ said, my fear excuse was my responsibility of providing for my family. But like Teresa said, I've been laid off due to no fault of my own. And that's the other thing, like, girl, we wouldn't even assume that. We are Black women in the world and always manage to make it and keep things moving. We're going to listen. Some of us do drown. But I think the majority of us float to the top. We are floaters. We are survivors. But that's what we've been doing. Like, we're trying to get out of that. We're trying to reset our nervous systems. We are trying to have more fresh food in our bodies. We are trying to glow from the inside out. Oh, okay. That's what. Come on, Angela. Buckle the fear into the seat next to you and take it with you, but don't let it stop you. Come on, Angela. Oh, you know how something's so good and make you mad. Oh. Rosanna said, I feel that those milestones are made up, though. Find your peers that have stuff in common with. And that's the other thing. Like, the internet opens up the world to you. The world opens up the world too, sometimes.
Yeah. I wanted to say thank you. I'm really happy that I found this community. So thank you for creating it. And being who you are, because I know there's a lot of them that I belong to. I really most active in this one because of the connections that I made, and it helps because you do have people that don't get it. Like Christina said, it's like you're trying to talk to these people, they don't get it, so you wind up trying to explain. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's just a drawing. It's something that's inside of me. And they can talk you out of it, if you're not careful. Keep trying to explain to those people.
Dora said, if the dream does not scare you, the dream is not big enough. Alicia said, your path doesn't have to be their path. Stacey Ann said, pioneering new ways of showing up in the world. Janelle said, true, you have to change the narrative and break the cycle. Alicia said, my sister asked when I'm going to settle down and stop traveling. That was a curse at me. My life is good. Why should I settle? I will not. And Janelle said, insert yourself more into the life you want instead of the life of others. And Angela said, I have a feeling Teresa is going on more than a sabbatical.
Yeah.
You probably
like that 2-week paycheck is addictive. So is freedom, like for real freedom, like actual freedom, like real freedom. It is big and vast, and it can look so many different ways. So that can be scary to people who are used to being given a structure and operating within that structure. So it can be a thing, like creating your own stuff, but like,
when you make the time, I mean, if you have the time to do it too, I think part of my fear is, maybe I can't do this. Maybe I'm not good at it. I've tried it before, but that was when I only had this much time to even put thought into what I wanted to do for myself, because I was spending the majority of my time doing my job for somebody else. So I'm thinking during this time, it's going to give me the opportunity to free up that time and get creative. I think I told you, Wanda, I had set up after one of your Saturday lives, I was so inspired. I went and got my URL, and I'm like, I'm putting my blog up this week. I know it was so complicated, but No, it was so complicated. But I did. I purchased my URL, got my hosting. I got what I needed to create my site, and I began. Um, yeah, there's a learning curve. There's a learning curve, and I'm still working on it. But darn it, I'll miss my point. But yeah, I think you guys get where I was going.
But when you were creating what you were creating, you were still I don't know that you had the community part of it. I don't know that you had
No.
people who were also around you trying to do something on their own. And so you're
Not at all.
in a silo trying to
Yes.
create something on your own, And then
Yeah.
of course Miss Brain is gonna pipe up. Girl, what you doing?
You can't do that.
Girl, you better go
go.
get your
Stuff
CV together.
changed. You can't
Yes.
do that. Ain't nobody doing AOL no more. That's where your brain is. You're just too old for this. Yeah, she be talking. But I know what I was going to say. I was going to say is I got that stuff set up, and when I sat down to just blog and put my thoughts down on the paper, nothing was coming out. I could not. I did that like at least a month before my last day of work, and I couldn't get anything out. The day before my last day of work, that Sunday night, I was up all night.
Wow.
I typed my first blog. I didn't post it yet. I didn't publish it yet, but it's sitting out there waiting on me to push the button. And I was like, oh, this is what maybe this is what it's going to be like. So I thought I used to be creative. I'm like, but I have been stuck. So I'm hoping, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, people were asking me when I was leaving, when are you coming back? I'm like, dang, can I leave first? I don't know. I might not come back. I might go out to the south of France and meet me a farmer and raise llamas. If y'all want help me out in the French countryside raising llamas with Pierre. Who knows? I might not come back.
Maybe.
Pierre,
Courtney, don't say yes to that, Courtney. I am mad at you.
Oh,
I am open. That's all I'm saying.
Something told me to cut her mic while she was there. Cut her off. Cut her off.
So behave because Pierre loves me. I'll be selling llama sweaters on Instagram.
Okay.
Okay, I'll quit.
it's funny.
Rosanna said you should respond with, when are you visiting? It's not when I'm coming back, honey. When are you going to pony up? Get your little coins together. Come see me. All right, Doris. Okay, you got some fans, Teresa. Y'all are doing the most. And by y'all, I mean Teresa, because Christina, you just... Now, why am I pulled into it? You're not Christina. Okay, I got something to show y'all. I wonder if I can.
It's a long mess.
Oh, I could do that. I could have did that the whole time. I don't know how to use this thing. What's that do? Same. I don't know if I can show y'all this.
Oh, no.
Come on, Angela. We got room on the phone, girl.
I'm saying.
We're going to have a guest.
The offer is open.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is email me at askbwt@gmail.com. And you can come and hang out with us.
I know Angela was coming to my farm. Me and Pierre.
Okay.
We're going to have an Airbnb.
It can't really
You're so upset.
I don't know.
So,
I didn't know you had a cat.
You trying to do a screen share?
I might. I gotta see words.
We never got to karaoke. We're going to have to do that we're going to make that a thing we do.
Yeah. Now that I know there's interest, I'm gonna be singing all alone.
Karaoke?
Karaoke.
Karaoke.
Okay, I got something to show y'all. Okay, let's see.
Oh, a carrot. Look, my grandson made
Aww.
it's a little plate. It's a little Play-Doh carrot.
How old is he?
Not so precious.
How old is your grandson?
He's 8. He just turned 8.
You probably told me.
It's 8.
Okay, here I go. You ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look what I'm doing with the cat.
Yeah. Okay. You should do this for real.
Put a cat on the bed.
There's a lot you're juggling for your company. And when it comes to recruiting, there's a lot you're juggling for your company.
Yes.
And when you're so focused on moving things forward, you might realize that you haven't actually moved all morning. That's where the LinkedIn Recruiter app comes in. The Recruiter app keeps you updated on the things you care about, no matter where your day takes you. With the app's timely alerts, you can be the first to know about new candidates that fit your search. And you'll get a heads up when you need it for any job posts that are about to expire. And since the app helps you respond up to 50% faster to candidates, you'll always be there at the right time. You can easily pick up your work where you left off, giving you the flexibility to find great people wherever you are. And no matter how much is on your to-do list, your homepage helps you figure out what to tackle next and what can wait till tomorrow. Download the Recruiter app today and start working how and where you want to.
What?
We are in the presence of Hollywood.
Yes. So I told y'all when I first got. Oh.
I'm gonna cut off.
Yeah, you were shooting a commercial.
Yes. So when I
That's
first got
it?
to Albania, there was another one. So there was 2 commercials. I got here. Actually, it was probably when I was still in Malaysia, and like I was in the Facebook group. I saw this post. We're looking for a diverse, like non-white specifically. And I was like, girl, that sounds like me. So I messaged her and I was like, I'm not there yet, but I'm coming like this week. She was like, okay, well, can you meet us? And it was like the day after to come do like, auditioning and stuff like that. So your girl was in a LinkedIn commercial.
Oh.
And that's the other one.
A star.
I filmed the other one, but I didn't make the cut, unfortunately. They had bad taste or whatever. But I got paid anyway, so it was fine. I was in a LinkedIn commercial. They made me kiss that dog. They didn't put that part in there either. And that was disgusting. And I was like, my character would never do that. We don't kiss dogs.
No, we
but
don't.
it was so fun.
We'll snuggle. We ain't kissing.
It took all day. For that, what was like a minute or something? It literally took all day. We filmed all day. But it was dope because like, you're in with the crew. It's kind of like house sitting where you have a built-in community already. So like I got here and like, I'm whining and dining. I'm meeting the people out in the streets. It was really cool.
That's so cool.
Not Wanda at a shut up, Rosanna.
What you say?
What you mean? Wanda at a desk. What does that even? Look at how you got her clients getting a check. Yes, girl. First of all, that's toxic. I'm not finna be on my phone all day. On LinkedIn,
I'm
recruiting
making a
people.
pizza.
What you want, Gigi?
Fake typing? Yes, girl. He was like, could you actually do some real typing? I was like, okay. They did get my nails done because like normally my nails, they be stair
I'm
stepping.
putting my
And they were like,
pizza in the
can
oven.
we get your nails done? I was like, you absolutely can. But it was a bad job. Like she cut into my cuticles and it was peeling back. It was really bad. But I had brought my own makeup because they wasn't gonna have my color or whatever. And
They wouldn't.
my hair. And then the clothes was a thing. So they have bigger sizes than Asia. But yeah, girl, I was in a little commercial here in
That is
Albania.
cool. That's cool.
It was a lot of
Someone-
fun.
if you ever go on an interview, they're like, oh, I'm familiar. You do LinkedIn?
I do not be sitting on a Rosanna, pack it up. Pack it up. Let me kick her out real quick. Rosanna, pack it up. Come Come on, Maynoras. Y'all so silly. So that's a little gift for y'all as a part of the celebration. I haven't shared that with anybody for real. So I want to share it with my homegirls.
It's
Do
cool.
people still do this? I have to watch TikTok. Let's see. No. Okay. It was not the coffee, Rosanna. I doubt it.
I was gonna ask, could you eat that stuff on the table? That little chocolate
What was on the
thing?
table?
There was, it looked like a cup of coffee or tea, and then there was some little chocolate dessert thing on
Oh.
the table.
So first of all, that was sitting out all day. Ew.
Try fake. You know how they
And
do
then
it.
And then I was like, okay, so if I was sitting here, my cup would be to the left because I'm trying to get to the goods on the right because I'm right-handed. So you just gonna have to switch this whole arrangement around. But the apartment was really cute. So it's at a really busy intersection where you saw me sitting at the desk. It was very cluttered and they made it look really nice in there. But it was really cute. It's like a corner kind of deal. So there's an exercise scene where like you see my fake brand shoes and me holding the phone or whatever. And it was like really uncomfortable. So like the camera's here and I'm having to like squeeze up under me and all my chesticles to like hold the phone so that you could see my manicured thumb. So we did the exercise shoot in the apartment. We did the desk scene in the apartment, and then me walking down the hall was in the apartment. That dog was so terrible. Like one of the most horrible dogs. Just because like he was a mama boy. And so she had to be like right up there on him. And he was just like crying, like want to run away. And then the
Did you
whole
ask
kiss
for
and
another
thing
dog? It's like, can we get
Okay.
another dog?
Get me another.
Like this. What is
I
this?
don't like this one. Get me another.
Do you have a rabbit?
Horrible.
Maybe a rabbit. Lapon? Maybe? No?
Get
A
me
llama.
a kitty cat.
A llama.
Wrap it up. Who said that?
That
Christina
curls
first?
back.
Wrap it up. And then
Wanda.
we went to
She's back.
who?
The girl.
Oh, is she pronounced Michael Jackson? Which way does it go? This thing it's not a mirror, so okay.
She's like, I'm here. Deal with it.
And then we went to this park, which is like really famous in Tirana, and we was there all day. Girl, there was drama on the set. The director and the producer falling out. For real.
What?
Like, we need to get that shot again. We already got that shot. I'm not doing it again. It was like the end of the day. It was a lot. I was like, let's just get the shot so we could go. Like, let's get it. And yeah, that was it. It was fun. It was a lot.
Were they Albanian?
So interesting enough, the director is from Montenegro. So like, I guess he's like the it guy, but he was really funny and he liked good music. So that was good. And a lot of the crew was from Kosovo.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know what that's about. Probably money. They probably get to pay the Kosovoans less or whatever. You know how that goes. Maybe. I don't know.
Where's
Maybe I'm just
Kosovo? Can you show us on the map where Kosovo is?
It's just above Albania, which is just above Greece.
I thought Montenegro.
Yeah, Christina, just move out the way real quick and we can see where you're
I forgot I was there.
What do you want to order? Is
Could
the
I have
next
some
day.
French toast and scrambled eggs and
I can't
bacon?
even see it. It's far. It's like
Oh, you can order. I want.
right there.
Hello. I would like some French toast as well.
Oh, it's Play-Doh.
Oh,
Yeah, he's over here cooking for me. He's on the grill, so he made me order. I just had some shrimp. My bad. Shrimp.
not me saying it correctly.
You know Atlanta. It's
Atlanta.
It's either scrimps or shrimps. So yeah, he just made me some shrimp, and so he said it's the next day, and I had to order. So French toast, scrambled eggs, and bacon, please, and a cup of coffee.
Okay.
Thank you. He's so sweet. You get a big tip. So where was Kosovo? Is it near Russia? In Montenegro? It's somewhere.
The American
Georgia, near
system
Georgia.
has failed us.
I could share the
I take my. Who's Roseanne? I'm just seeing your Bichon Frise commercial comment.
Aw. I got your email, boo, for sure. The next time we should make this a thing. Block party. Nobody's singing the block party song with me.
Block party.
I don't know it.
That's just
She's just saying the
you
words.
just
Oh, you just
melodically say black song.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a generational thing. I didn't get it.
Christina got it. All right. You just counted yourself out. I get it. Y'all coming to the Insecure party later?
Tonight. Mm-hmm.
It's not really night, but it'll be well into the morning for me. So that's why it's early afternoon.
What is it?
y'all.
8, right?
Early evening.
Oh, I need to catch
It's
up.
5:30. So it's 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Ugh.
Why was I thinking 8 o'clock?
Because
I don't know why I was thinking 8 o'clock.
right, Angela, that's what I'm saying.
How you
Teasing me
gonna
with a
punch?
good time. I was like, hold on, since we putting the orders in.
No. He's
I
got
like
it. He's
to
got a setup over here. He's cooking.
I don't even bring bread into this house. Carbs.
So how do you guys watch The Insecure? How do you guys watch Insecure?
There's a
How do you like?
software that I use called Hyperbeam,
Oh, okay.
and so it's like a no camera type of thing, and I just pull
Stream
up.
it.
Yeah, just stream it. And there's like a little chat on the side, so you can judge what's going on
Okay.
during the show. Okay, y'all talk. I'll be right back. Bye.
So, hey.
Hi.
What's new? Read any good books lately? I love your hair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, how long do you think you will stay in Jamaica?
Till January, February. Hopefully.
And then will you head to Albania, or you're going to
I'm
play it by
thinking
ear?
come back to the U.S. I need to get some winter stuff, and then go from there. I'm debating though, because by then I'm wondering if I'm gonna even want to go to Albania, if I want to go somewhere else, because I'm a big soccer fan and the World Cup is coming up. So I don't
Okay.
know.
Just a second. Bridget, take them out, please. I think they need to go bad. Because, pew, yeah. Christina, are you joining us for Secure tonight? Insecure. Insecure.
So that's what I was like looking at. I was like, I've never watched it.
Oh, we just finished the first season.
So I'm like maybe I could like try to catch up. I was looking because I have a Hulu to do like the HBO extension.
The autism with the yellow legs and the red is the big.
And maybe binge watch it, and maybe I could join you guys like next week or something.
Okay. Well, we're starting episode 1 of season 2 tonight. So I think we watched 4. I think we watched 4 shows back to back.
Oh.
So it's
So-
only 4 episodes for the first season?
I think, what are they, 30 minutes a piece? So no, this is, what was it, 8? I think it was 8 episodes
I
for
don't
the
know.
first season, I think. So yeah.
Let me look at
Thank you.
Wanda, how long is the episodes for Insecure?
I don't think she can hear you till she puts her headphones on.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Yum, 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 yum. That was so good. Thank you. Tell the
He
chef
could tell that was
awesome.
fake.
Okay, Angela.
He
I'll
could
go
tell that
ahead.
he was like, he could tell that was fake.
That was awesome, chef. Thank you so much. Very good.
Rosanna, what's good? You trying to come up? We can use 4. I can have up to like 10 people on
The
here.
next one that later.
I want to meet Angela. Hi,
But-
Angela.
I know.
What would you like to order?
Okay, I'll come join you.
Oh, I have to order again.
It's a noodle.
Hopefully, I'm not too lost.
Got some
I
fries.
do have a Jamaican passport, but I also have a U.S. passport.
Come on,
So
dual
dual
citizenship.
citizen. Nice.
Yeah, I have both.
I want to get citizenship somewhere else in addition to the U.S. I feel like I should just to be ready because
I really want to go to Portugal. Like
huh?
Portugal. I heard so many
people are going to
many
Portugal.
people talk about it, and I love Cristiano Ronaldo. So I'm like, proximity living in Portugal would be cool.
Proximity.
Well, now he's in England, but
England.
I think
hey, Angela.
France is difficult.
You said Air France.
I hear France is difficult to get residency there. A lot of administrivia.
Girl, they ain't trying to let nobody in. They was like, okay, we colonize what we want. Nobody's coming in. Thank you. Goodbye.
I need to. That's one thing I'm a little nervous about. I guess I'll just. One of the things they asked for when I had to fill out my paperwork and go into France to ask for my health pass, they want to see that you're going to leave. They want to see your exit. And I haven't purchased my ticket to leave yet because I want to see what's going to be happening with COVID before I do that. So I don't know if I'm going to have problems at the border or not. So I might just get a ticket.
I would get a refundable one.
Yeah, that's what I was told to do. So I guess I'll do that just to hopefully save myself from embarrassment.
Yeah. Because if they say they're gonna require it, some like I was able to come to Jamaica without it because I have the passport. But generally, if you're not a national, you need to have
They want to know you're leaving. Yeah. I guess I never had a problem because I always had a round trip ticket. So
yeah.
I've never been asked for one, but that was pre-Panda Express, so I don't really know what they're doing these days. But I've literally never been asked for one, like anywhere that I've been.
Wow.
I guess they just all want me to stay, I just feel like Rosanna says she needs to take a shower. She's not camera ready. And I'm just like,
they smell of
what does one have to do? Right. What does one have to do with the other? Like,
this is not smell of vision.
She got locks. Like, throw some water on your face and turn the camera on. Like, what's good, homie? Like, come out.
Oh, y'all see my hair? Look.
Yeah.
I like it.
Come on, golden gold.
Is it the wax color?
Yep, it's the wax. It's the hair wax.
I have mine. It's good, but sometimes it comes off on stuff. I don't know if you've had that where I was just like, oh my god.
If the more I separate my curls as it gets older, like this is 2 days old.
Okay.
Is it what's today? Saturday?
Girl, you got unemployment calendar.
What day is it? I think it's 2 days old. It's 2 days old. So as I separate my curls, it flakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this wouldn't last beyond 5 days to a week before it got like this.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah. She cute though. With the gold.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good way to test it without messing up, with bleaching.
Mm-hmm. Oh, these are my fries. Thank you. Would you ladies like some fries?
Oh, now you're offering?
Oh, those are colorful fries.
Oh, I don't share my French toast. Sorry. But love you though.
I'm gonna just touch it and put it right back then and mix it around so you
don't
don't know
eat
which
that?
one. Yes.
Now I know. These are steak cut.
All right. Not you using your imagination. Sonya's Latoya said it transfers on my pillows, but I love it.
Really?
I love it.
I just wrap my
I wear a bonnet and it's not inside the bonnet. At least that
I sleep on silk pillows at least 13 feet high. So I don't know what you're talking about, Latoya.
Oh my.
Both of y'all.
Thank you so
Not
much.
you raw dog in the pillow.
Not too much salt. There we go. Thank you.
I do sleep on satin pillow though.
Come on, satin. They say it's healthy, not just for your hair, but for your flesh as well.
Yeah, that's what they say.
If you haven't taken a moment to subscribe to the channel, I would really appreciate it if you did. And if you've been enjoying this little chat, why don't you, share it with your friends or whatever? Just tell them we're having a really good time.
We do. We have fun over here. It's all love.
The next.
Love and bad accents.
What do
Who's
you?
bad accents?
Mine.
Okay.
What do you?
Christina, did you do an accent?
Oh, today.
Me? I didn't.
Yeah. Can you? Let's hear it.
Wait, which one?
Ice
Any.
cream Sunday.
I can.
Man, I can't think now. I'm on the spot.
Do you want vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry?
Hello, governor.
Do you want?
I loved it.
Do you want
Valiant. That
So
was
random,
beautiful.
as though like
Do you
people
want
in
vanilla,
England just
chocolate,
says
or strawberry?
hello.
Go around. Right.
We mix
Go around.
together
Okay.
with
We
sprinkles.
just be waiting for Adele to put it in a verse. Rosanna said, listen. Rosanna, I'm not reading that. You don't listen. If you don't come on, we ain't talking to you no more.
Yes, come on, Rosanna. We can't see your toenails. Who said
Rosanna.
that toenails need to be
Okay,
cut?
Angela said it, so I'll read
Oh,
it.
you
Angela
said
said, even though Angela, you need to be up here too. But Angela said, give us a Jamaican accent.
Whew, that's hard.
But I don't know if you can do it or you can. I learned that from Lady South.
What should I say?
Say I'm going up the road to buy some mangoes.
May I go up the road to buy a mango?
All right, that's a boop, boop, boop. That's what I'm talking about. I was checking you. I was grammar checking you. I was like, if she gonna say
Is
fibai,
gwine? Did you say going? Did you say gwine up the road?
no,
Yeah,
that's
go.
not
Yeah, go.
Teresa.
Who says gwine? Somebody says gwine. Me go
No.
gwine up the.
Yeah, go.
Rosanna said I'm eating. Book. Everybody shun Rosanna. Peer pressure her into doing what
She
we
has
want her to do.
excuses. Come
No.
on.
No. Stacey, you lost your Jamaican accent?
You can get it back.
Yeah.
I lost
Let's
my
practice
Indiana
together.
accent.
Say a couple words.
I'm sorry, Teresa.
I did. I used to speak a lot more properly
Indeed.
than I do now. And
What is the accent?
Atlanta
though?
Right. Wait.
well, okay, I inherited somewhat of a Southern accent. People say, "Where
Okay.
you from?" I'm like, "I'm from Indiana."
I don't even know how that accent sounds.
It's not much of an accent. It is how American English is supposed to sound. That's how
It's supposed to sound.
it's supposed to sound. A Midwestern accent. That's what I.
Okay, well, say that.
It's Midwestern. I ain't been on Indiana. Ooh,
Portugal is amazing. It's
ice cream
Cherry.
with a cherry on top. Oh, he's so talented. Mm.
You got you a good cook, and the courses just keep coming.
Thank you very much.
That's what you did to your daughter's food too.
Well, where are my pearls? The shade in this room. Is this called the shade room? What's the name of the room?
No, this is a block party, honey.
Hmm.
A block party.
What happened to our celebration?
He knows how to expedite. Yes, Alicia, come join us. Email me at askbwtpod@gmail.com. Okay, so I wanted to do some trivia, but I didn't create it. So I don't know.
Salad.
I wanted to do some podcast trivia. Okay, so okay. Let me see if I can find that. Let's do some podcast trivia. That would be fun, maybe.
Yeah.
I also had like some games. Oh, by the way, there is a mixer coming up on Sunday. So in our mixers, they're really fun, and you get to have one-on-one time, which may not sound fun to you, but it is because they
Oh,
are
nice.
guided conversations. So it's like a little game. So you get matched randomly with
Oh,
other people who are in the same room. And
Yeah, those are
so,
oh,
fun.
yeah. So we're gonna do a mixer, and that is Sunday, and I think it's probably at noon Eastern. I don't really know.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
Don't ask
check.
me. I just organized
I
it.
can't get. I thought Facebook. I don't know why they don't have a way you can add stuff to your calendar. So I
Oh, really?
did a while
So
back, but
that is a problem.
yeah,
So you can say that you're going to an event, and Facebook will remind you, but there's no way to export it to put it like on your Google Calendar or Apple Calendar or whatever. That's what you're
yeah,
saying?
yeah. I just went ahead. I didn't used to have Messenger on my phone, and I put Messenger on my phone recently since I'm selling all this stuff. Shoes, by the way. Anyway, about those shoes. I
not
want to talk about those
not the
shoes.
gentle plug.
Um, yeah, but I thought maybe something would come through that, but I don't know. I mean, I need to just put it on my calendar when I accept.
Then I wish there were a way to export it, but I guess Facebook is just not trying to be friendly. So for sure, come to the mixer. And if you're in the Black Women Digital Nomad Entrepreneur Group, you just go to the events tab. I always create an event for this stuff, so you could just go there and make sure the time and stuff. Um. Okay, so there were three guests that are either in Jamaica currently, like Jamaican, born in Jamaica, or descendants of Jamaica. So American, had a Jamaican parent. There are three guests on the podcast who have that tie. Who were they? Do, 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 do. I don't know if that's really fair because it's literally 111. 111 guests. Okay, so let me give you some names. I'll give you
What is doing?
I'll give you six choices.
What the?
Lola,
I use this.
Danielle, Nella, Ayana, Gabby, and the sixth is Kenya. So out of those six, who do you think is from Jamaica?
Kenya.
Okay.
Danielle,
Nope.
What was?
Gabby.
I think what was their
Yes.
business?
So we got two. We got Kenya
Yeah.
and Gabby. I don't remember the rest of the names.
Lola, Danielle, which you already guessed, Ayana, and then you said Kenya and Gabby, and the sixth one is Nella. Nope, not Ayana.
Nella.
Rosanna. Yes, Nella. So Nella is in Jamaica. She's a doctor, actually. Nella is in Jamaica. Gabby, her father, and Kenya, her father as well. So both of them father are Jamaican. That was fun. Okay. I only had one guest that was from Scotland.
Scotland.
Yeah. One guest from
Oh,
Scotland.
she was just on. Was she before Yumi? I mean, I probably didn't know with her.
No, it was like 2019.
She does. She does like. Oh,
Yeah,
the one that does the languages isn't from.
She's from New York.
Germany.
That's
She's from Germany.
Shahida.
Okay.
She's in Germany, but she's American from New York.
Okay.
She's lovely, by the way. Shahida. What y'all got? Who's from Scotland? So let me throw some names out. Yasmin, Anquinette, Shar, Effie, or Davida.
Effie.
Yes.
Yay!
Scotland. Does she speak with a Scottish accent?
Scottish. No, that's
No.
a British.
Good try though. So what is a Scottish accent? Bit of the brook.
It's like a
You don't
Scottish
really know
and
which way to go.
Irish
If
mixed
you don't
together,
go
huh?
that way, then you can't go anywhere. Man.
Oh,
No, Stacey Ann, there's just 3 that I can remember. There there's some other islanders, but not specifically Jamaica. Like, well, I'll tell you later because we're playing a game. Okay. So yeah, Effie is the only one from Scotland.
sure. Me chicken leg.
Okay, so this year, like recently, there was someone from Guadeloupe in France.
I know somebody in Guadeloupe now.
Guadeloupe in France. You need some names? All right.
Yeah.
Caroline, Clem, Julie, or Christina?
Clem.
Caroline.
Nope.
She said Clem,
Yeah, she said Clem.
and I said
Not?
Caroline. No to both.
Nope. Not
So it's
Caroline.
Christina?
Caroline. Yes,
Who?
Yeah. I'm from
Christina.
Guadeloupe.
Christina. Okay.
Melanin Magic, I believe, is her joint.
Oh, okay.
Melanin Magic, some.
Melanin.
Do you remember the name of the very first guest on the Black Women Travel podcast? Yeah, Angela, you got it.
Yeah.
The very first guest. No. That's for
The other one.
France and Guadeloupe. Do you remember the name of the very first guest on the Black Women Travel podcast?
No.
Meow. I love that y'all not cheating. Because you're like,
Keep looking at my phone over here like
she's from South Africa. She's the only guest I've had from South Africa.
You want to give us names?
All right. Lene, Delphine. Wait.
Delphine.
Nope.
Dang it.
I'm with Angela. Angela said it starts with a V.
It does. I can't spell it, but it starts with a V. It's Vanille.
Oh yeah,
It's kind of like,
Vanille.
yeah, it kind of looks like vanilla.
Leave it to the French.
I'm not going there with you. Vanille.
That's vanilla. Vanille.
Okay, I've had 5. I've had 5
Ooh,
guests
thank you.
from or tied to Nigeria.
How do you get these guests?
I just be on the internet. I just be looking around and I be like, where y'all from? What do y'all do? Nigeria is gonna be hard to miss. For some reason, they are the most traveled out of Africa. It's probably a money thing. Like they have more earning power or something. But you're gonna see, if you see an African outside of Africa, I bet you
Nigerian.
8 times out of 10 they're gonna be Nigerian.
I know a lot of people from Ghana.
So there's 5 of
In
them.
America from Ghana?
Yeah. When I went to college, Ghana, and my best friend, she's from Uganda. I know a bunch of people from Zimbabwe. But not a lot from Nigeria. I know there's a group. There's normally like, in college, they have their cliques. They like hang out together, like the Ghanaians and the Nigerians. They kind of just stay in their little pockets and stuff. But
Yeah, I was with Wanda. I whenever I met someone that was from Africa, it was typically Nigeria.
Just like in travels, the school sphere may be a different
yeah.
microcosm. Okay, so
What was the question?
I'll just tell you. What was the question? The guest from Nigeria. So Lola, Jumoke, Amarachi, Pelumi, and Sarah. Some of them are like British Nigerian.
How do you say it? Can you repeat those names?
Lola, Jumoke,
I like that.
Amarachi,
I think that's a pretty name.
So let's see. So instead of
See you,
names,
CDJ. Bye. Have a great weekend. Rest of the weekend.
this has been a blast. Have a wonderful day. You too, hun.
Just
Thanks.
hanging
Thanks
out.
for hanging out. So the countries, as far as I can remember, Nigeria, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Trinidad, Bermuda, Kenya, Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Scotland, South Africa, of course, Canada and England and America. Then we have Haiti, St. Croix, Sierra Leone, Barbados, Guyana, Namibia, Eritrea, Guadeloupe, and France.
Sweet. Trekking.
As far as I remember.
One from
And then of course
Australia.
we have some Muslim sisters on there. We got some queer ladies on there. We have disabled folks on there. We have Christians, of course. We have cis and trans guests on there. Um, yeah, and then something else, but I don't want to mention that because I'm not trying to stoke no fires. This is a party.
Oh, cool. So how are you planning on where are you planning on taking your podcast from here?
I knew you was gonna ask that, Teresa. That's why I already started making a face.
Speaking to
don't
the drumstick.
know.
This is a chicken leg. You can speak into
I don't
that.
eat turkey legs. So
Yes, tell us, Wanda. Where
all right, lean back. I'm about to change everything. I'm about to change everything. And I have some ideas, but I'm not exactly sure. So for the podcast specifically, like I think I'm gonna start doing solo episodes. And I'm working out what that's gonna look like. I think I have a new theme song too, finally. I've been wanting a new theme song.
You doing it yourself again?
I think so. But like for real doing myself, not just like take audio and throw it up. But yeah.
So you'll have like different topics, or do you think it's going to be more of a you have to put either wind this out or start us up with your centering, telling us to relax and open up to whatever you're given. Yes, all that stuff. That stuff you do that
We'll
that
see.
relaxes us.
I've been wanting to do that for a while too. There's two things that have been on my list for 100 years. One of them is to record. Like I call them like more activations than meditations. They're like you're more active during them. You're getting involved in the vision. It's not just stop thinking. Stop thinking your thoughts, start thinking. So I've been wanting to do that, and I've also had this, and it's in my Canva too. What did I call it? Something legacy, like a journal type thing. Something legacy. I don't know. Create your legacy. I don't really know. I was looking for a Black woman or a Black owned at the very least, like print on demand that could also like ship. So they would print it on demand and ship it out. So I think I found one maybe. Just be holding myself back. If I just would do business with the white people, the existing platforms that already do all that stuff. Add another layer. But so yeah.
Well, cool. I'm looking forward to see what you come up with.
Yes, Angela, more me. I just feel like, so what happened was I was just really excited. I was excited to talk to other Black women travelers. I was excited about this community feature. So, I had the group since 2017. I think it was like April 2017. And I mean, the group has always been what it is. I think the ladies in there are just quieter than other groups because of whatever. Of course, I blame myself because I always take responsibility for the energy I bring into the space. But then, like, I don't know, there's just these layers of not just the travel, but also the money and whatever else. So like I haven't really been able to pinpoint it, but like it is what it is. And it's always been that, no matter what it was that I did to try and stimulate more conversation or whatever. So that's why I created the podcast, because I was like, it's not giving what it's supposed to have gave. And so that's why I'm like rooting around, digging into people's lives. And sometimes people don't be doing their homework. It's just like, yeah, I'll be on the podcast, and then they show up, and then it's just like, I thought we was gonna talk about Greece, and I was like, girl, I never told you I was gonna talk about Greece. I sent you these questions. There's been however many episodes before you got here. Like the camel, girl, that back is broke. It was like, the last couple of conversations, I just feel myself like tensing, like, oh Lord, here we go, another conversation. I'm not excited about it no more. I'm just like somebody else who's not gonna understand. And because I shifted from interviewing pure travelers to other women who are building mountains and climbing them. So you'll see that trend as well, like community builders, like people who are building brands for people and not people who are building brands for themselves, essentially. Like kind of sort of building brands, yes, it's for other people, but it's not like you are you're the focal point of it versus building something bigger than you, essentially.
Right.
Because I was looking for a community. I was like, who else is out here struggling? Like, who else can relate? But like that didn't even necessarily work, because I think they were like, well, why am I on a travel podcast? And it was like, well, why did you think this was a travel podcast? I literally had somebody say like, so your listeners like this? And it was just like, all right, thank you, wrap it up. I didn't air that episode, by the way, and I emailed her. It's like one of the few times I haven't. I was just like, it wasn't good. Like, you weren't prepared to be open, and that's not my business. And I always begin the conversation like that. I'm like, hey, this is personal. I had to start doing that after one of your favorites cussed me out. She just like was not prepared for the intimacy of the conversation, and so she cussed me out. She apologized for it later, but she never got over it. So I started saying to guests after that, I'm like, hey, this conversation is personal because this is what I do. You don't have to tell me nothing. So if there's something you're not comfortable saying, just let me know and we'll just keep it moving. Like, it's as simple as that. You just edit it out. It's nothing, whatever.
Right.
So I started saying that, and then like I found myself starting to say more like, hey, like I don't know if you're reading, because there's also this thing of the pandemic, right? So I started in 2019, summer, July. So 2019, we're cool. All of 2020 was cool. The end of 2020 started getting sketchy, where ladies will book appointments and not show up and not say nothing at all. Like, hey, I missed this, or, so I feel like it was just fatigue in the Black women community in general. So, and yeah, I wasn't enjoying it. I wasn't enjoying talking to people who I felt like didn't get it. I told y'all about that one where somebody promoted the episode, and I wish they hadn't, because they just said some really foul, like, to me it was really foul. It was like, as a creator, how are you gonna tell me what my platform is supposed to be about? How you didn't do your due diligence, and how is this my fault, and why do I have to deal with it? Right? So that's why. I mean, that's partly why. The other part is like, from the beginning, always being in the shadows, because I just thought y'all were so interesting, and wanting to put y'all on the spotlight, and wanting to raise y'all up, and not sharing enough of myself. So that's why I started the YouTube Saturdays, because I wanted to share that. And so I think that's gonna spill over into the podcast now, and some other stuff too.
Yeah, we're glad you started.
What I'm about to say.
I'm saying we. I'm practicing when I get out in the world. Yeah, everything's gonna be we. Oh, we've been.
It's always been we. You going to France, so.
Oh yeah, we.
But I've always been very we. Like we, our. But then I was like, oh, it's really just me.
Yeah, I think
And
I've heard some of your interviews with other folks and looking for that community, and I can relate. And um, I think it's coming. It may not be in the form that you originally wanted it
okay,
to be in.
come hell or high water,
Yeah,
she's coming through.
yeah,
It is, but it's what you'll come across too. Like it's not just me. Sometimes you have this idea for what it is you want to do, and you just got to change it. I wanted it to be black. I wanted it to be all black all the time, every day, black channel,
mhm,
black, black, black. But something that I'm understanding it is that I don't know that enough of us have ourselves in order to be able to show up in that way. Not everybody has been doing that kind of work for an amount of time
right.
to be able to show up in that way. And so I need to recognize that. Like if it's relatively new for a lot of folks, like it's just not going to look like that. Um, and that's okay. So like I just got to go play in some other sand for a while, which I didn't want to do. I've never wanted to do that. But so like you got to let go. You got to let go of what you thought it could be and embrace what it can be and
Hmm.
keep exploring. Like there's so many ways it can look.
Right.
So just
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
releasing and
to tell the truth, I hesitated joining your uh, Facebook group because I'm like, well, I'm not an entrepreneur. I work for the man. I work for the man. But I'm like, one day I might be, and and I am going to travel. So I went ahead and joined, and I thought I'd kind of lurk. I'd just lurk around to see what's going on. But it was
with your
fairly
kitty cat
quiet.
paws.
It was fairly quiet, but I'm just like, I want to know you. I wanted to know you. So,
I guess everybody been
ooh,
waiting for that, and I
I feel
didn't
like a
know.
stalker. You don't feel like I was stalking you, do you? I
Of
want to stalk.
course, I know your IP address, Teresa. I know all of your internet activities. So
I'm harmless, though.
yeah, I mean, and you'll figure out the ways that you can open up more too, right? It's just part of the process.
Yeah. Angela, same.
Say it again.
Angela, she said same here.
Oh, yes, our stories. Like I'm just thinking about all the stories we don't have access to. There's so many stories we don't have access to because we don't tell our business to each other.
Mm,
And even in some of these interviews, like I just feel like some of the greats, some of the most beautiful minds who have thought about these types of things haven't been able to share because they haven't been asked the right questions, especially if they're being interviewed by a white person. Like they're just not going to get that nuance. They're not going to dig in that kind of way.
right.
Um, so yeah, I used to look at it. I used to be like, man, this is a gift. Like it is. How would I say it? It's like it's a being able to look at where you came from, because that's part of the celebration, right? It's like, man, I made it here to this point. First of all, we alive. That's huge. Like today, right
Yeah.
now, we're alive. That's amazing and wonderful. For a lot of reasons, including the pandemonium. But other than that, it's just think of all the things you had to go through to come to this point. And though you may not be as confident, maybe you're not, hitting your chest and like screaming to the rooftop. Maybe you're not at six figures or whatever that looks like to where you think you're successful or that you're out of the out of danger or whatever, where you're not looking over your shoulder or whatever. But you made it far. And I think that deserves celebration. I think that deserves us to pause for the cause and like enjoy just this moment and be satiated in that. Because it's always going to be something else. Even if you are a six-figure chick, like you probably trying to get to seven. Like where does it end? We
Right.
are endless buckets of want and
Yes.
desire.
Yes.
And it just becomes your new normal. First is Paris, then is Nice, then it's wherever else. That just becomes your new normal. You're like, man, I started off in Paris. Like I started off business class. Like, and it may be a journey to that, but like it just becomes your new normal.
Yeah.
You're always gonna want more. We're just wired that way. And that's okay. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Junkanet. We're inquisitive. I'm not reading you no more, Rosanna. But you are, like, in a lot of ways you are. And that's the other thing is like we just have such a thing stepping into our greatness. We are so used to people not seeing how dope we are that we've not been able to see ourselves as dope. Like, that's why I think particularly Black women, we have such a hard time with compliments. It'd be like, man, you know, just this little thing, just this whatever.
Anybody could.
No, you are a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody could do that, but anybody hasn't. You know, there are some ladies who have been traveling longer than I. So I tried in 2010, but that was only like 9 months. And then it's been almost 6 years. Like it's coming up on 6 years, December 31st, 2021. But there are ladies who have been out here in the streets longer, but where are they at? What was they doing? So it's like anybody could, but everybody won't. And that's why it's so important for you to see how dope you are and to see that you can put a price on that. And it looks so many different ways.
You're right.
Hi, Imani. Not YouTube working for me. Okay. Yes, melanated womanhood. Okay. I need a moderator. How do you even kick somebody out? No, we don't want you no more. No. Moscato di Asti. First of all, that's elitist. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. It is warm. I didn't put it back in the fridge. Is it? No, it's so cold in here.
You didn't finish it?
No, girl. I can't be on here lit. I'm just toasty. I can't be on here lit, though. You see how much I say as it is. Y'all don't want that. All right, Rosanna, we'll bring you on. askbwt@gmail.com. Oh, wait. Askbwt pod. Come on, Christina.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
Don't fake me out either. Don't be like, I'm going to join and then like, don't. I don't like that. I don't like games. But yeah, man, you'll find your rhythm if you give yourself the opportunity to. Give yourself the opportunity to fall down, get dust on your face, and get back up and keep trying. I really don't know what else is the point of life if you are not actively creating it yourself in a way that feels good to you and figuring that out. I think that's what really makes you feel alive, you know? It's like I'm out here in pursuit. I'm doing the scary, scary thing.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you're at a stage where you feel fulfilled? Like fully fulfilled?
I've been fulfilled. I always say, like, if anything happened, like right now, today, I was doing what I wanted to do, what I wanted to do. And it took a lot to fight for that. You know, it took a lot to allow that, to receive that too. Not just the act of like brawling, not the wrestling within myself, but to like just be calm and receive, just to put something out and to let go and say, this is coming to me and I'm good. To say I can go sit at a cafe and drink a cappuccino and just chill out because I'm doing what it is that I said I wanted to do. I think there's a lot of satiation there. But, you know, when I first left, like it wasn't enough for me to be gone because there was work I had inside me. There was an expression that I had that needed to come out. That's why I say, like, leaving is cute. Like, okay. But what you gonna do with your time? Like, and not in a capitalistic, you have to be productive kind of way. Like, my whole thing is like, what is inside you that you've not been able to give time, attention, energy, resources to? What haven't you had the space to figure out? What can only come from you, and how can you invest in that? How can you let that come out? How can you create an avenue for that thing to come out? And that's what's most important, you know. The travel is cute. It's great. And it can help you to access those parts of yourself, but like that's the real tea for me. Rosanna said, "Link me, maybe." All right, don't
Call me maybe. Link me maybe.
right. Trying to get. Ugh.
I'll be right back.
Okay, girl.
Even in a little camera shy.
Christina, you are?
Huh?
You said even though you're camera shy?
I was just reading Imani's comment.
Oh, I'd like to join, even though I'm camera shy. There's this song that's stuck in my head. I would like to play it, but I think that YouTube is gonna get me. I just really don't know how this stuff works.
Yeah.
Okay, Angela.
They'll take it down.
They'll take it down.
Yeah.
But then, how do people do
you
those
can
reaction
monetize
videos
it.
and stuff? Well, I'm not monetized. I only got like 3 followers.
Well, you'll be fine. Because I think it's. Oh, you know what? No, I think it's copyright as well, right? Like they take it down for copyright purposes.
Yeah. So either they mute it or they just pull the whole video.
Yeah.
I hope they don't do that because of that LinkedIn joint. Who else coming up? So we got Rosanna and Angela. Come on, Imani. You know you want to, girl. Come join us. Ugh. We got to get ready for the what does that start? Oops. We got to get ready for Insecure. I can't even do the time conversion right now. Ooh, that's bad.
That's what I was going to say. It's going to be time for Insecure in a minute.
Don't come back with facts.
Insecure. What is it?
What time does it start? Does it start at 9? I think it's 9. Is it not? No, it's not. It's not for another
5:30.
while.
You say 5:30?
Eastern.
It's
time?
5:30 Eastern, but what time is it me? I think it's like a couple hours off still.
What are you, 6
It's
hours
a 6
ahead
hour
of us?
difference. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I got another couple hours.
Oh,
2.5 hours.
Almost 9 p.m.
Yeah, it is. Okay, well, you eating for real now? What you eating?
Granola. I'm not eating real food.
I didn't have no snacks.
I'm eating camping food.
I was gonna order pizza. Maybe I should order pizza.
Camping snacks.
That is not camping food.
It really is camping food, though. Granola, yeah.
I mean, that's just the branding. That's the marketing. But like, you be in your house eating granola. You ain't got to be out in the woods. I think 4:30 my time. It's almost 2 p.m. Angela, did you click the link? Y'all should have gotten an email by now. Add some fresh blood into this conversation. Whatever's happening at this point. Have we lost?
Are you going to post this after YouTube?
Say it again.
Is this going to be posted on YouTube afterward?
For Perpetuum, especially since it's the first
they're
time
going to watch this.
my mic works.
They'll probably start out in the beginning. Oh, these ladies are hype. Then it's like,
Here we go. Oh snap! Bring it in! Bring it in! Bring it in! Bum, 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 bum.
we're Foursquare now. Is Imanu coming?
Hi, Rosanna.
In my room.
Now you can't use your Twitter fingers. What's good?
I was about to say, I guess I can't shit talk in the chat anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't chat when we're here.
Bummer.
You remind me of Daria so much. I've been rewatching that show.
Love that show. What have you been watching it on?
I don't know. You know, everybody's not hung up on stuff like America is. Where can I find the link? You got to email me. Stacey Ann, we got room for you too, girl. Stacey
I clean off my camera for a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, my eye.
All right.
Watch out.
It's just Ask BWT Pod. Ask Pod. @gmail.com. Good to see you on the screen. You got a fan. Look at that.
Oh, hey, Junket.
Junket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's I actually emailed her about Portugal because she's there now.
Portugal.
Where in Portugal? Porto? Or what's the other one?
Lisbon.
The other one.
What's the other one?
I only hear about two. Lisbon and Porto.
Yeah, I think she's in Lisbon.
Are there others?
Coimbra.
It's the whole country.
It's the whole country,
girl.
but yeah, it's small.
No one talks about anything.
Shrug.
I'll just hear Lisbon and Porto.
Yeah, I want to check out Porto and Coimbra. I'm not sure if Lisbon is. I'm not a big city person, even though I'm in Atlanta, but
Yeah, me either.
But you in Atlanta with chickens, so that balance.
balance.
You taking your chickens with you? What are you gonna do with your
You
chickens?
taking your chickens?
Chop them up. No, we just have them for eggs.
Laying hens, are you? People don't.
I guess you
lay
could. I mean, times get hard.
All right.
Hey,
I knew I was gonna regret this. Don't laugh with the cook. She said she's in Porto.
Oh, cool.
Porto.
Give me a new
Bring out to the
country.
interior. You don't want to hang around the beach, Junket?
I
I
love
thought everybody wants to be around the coast. I thought the weather would be better there, and it's probably
Beaches
more
are for
expensive there
busters.
too.
Sometimes.
Come in.
Dang,
You can hear me.
let me find out you at the trap house. Like, what is really good?
that not.
Got the
gotta
beat
take
nuts
stuff to-
knocking.
That takes stuff
You
to the
eating
Goodwill.
granola, shaking hands and carrying on. Uh-oh. Bam, 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 bam,
She's in the car.
Wait, how come she gets a whole like musical intro and I'm just like,
I gave you that.
okay.
You got it. You were dancing.
We danced when you came. We became four square. Remember we
Okay.
danced?
Okay. I get jealous.
How? How could you not hear?
I think I was deciding between closing YouTube and I think I just got confused. So okay. We're okay. We're cool.
Let me see what these do.
I just
We're
muted.
We are cool because I wish you would.
What happened? What's going on?
I get jealous. First, you didn't want to come up here. Now you're trying to get jealous of other folks that come up here. Don't play me. See, this is what I'm talking about.
I got my my props over here.
Okay, let's see.
Wanda trying to flame me.
All right.
She got the what is it? Emoji on a stick.
Emoji on the stick. Wait a minute.
Oh, Angela's gone.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
Probably hit the wrong button.
She wasn't driving, was she?
Junket said the beach brings certain personalities
Mm.
and certain kinds of expats. Girl, we could talk about that.
I can relate.
And then Stacey Ann said, we cute. We would be cuter with you up here, but you know. We doing what we can, Stacey Ann, with what we have. Here go Imani.
I'm sharing my granola. Would you ladies like some granola?
Don't.
Yum.
No, thank you.
Totally missed my mouth. I don't know how I did that. Was Imani coming? Where did she go?
She did. She just emailed me. I just emailed you back, girl. I got you, girl. Stacey Ann, you ready?
I clicked something. Bring me
Maybe I
back.
should. I'm gonna just. This is what I'm gonna do. Stacey Ann is not gonna come. Ooh. I love antagonizing people to be their best selves, though. So,
Mhm.
isn't that's a thing? You could like bully someone for the greater good, right?
I don't know. You was giving me flack earlier about my chime-ins.
What was you doing
So-
though? Let's talk about that.
Okay. I mean, I'll apologize, but to be fair,
Are you Kanye? Are you Kanye where you just don't have to apologize to people? You just do the harm and run? Okay.
She's like,
She thinks she Kanye.
No, but to be fair, like normally I'll antagonize Sheeta on Thursdays, but she was only on for like 30 minutes, so I didn't get it all out. So I have to like
oh, so it carried over.
it has it just built up. I don't know.
I'm sure Sheeta loves that too.
She does.
Yes. So who's bringing the snacks for Insecure tonight?
Man, I gotta get pizza, man.
Might do pizza, maybe. My family just
The
had
ultimate
pizza.
snack.
Yeah, that's complicated now though, because everyone's like gluten-free or keto or vegan. It's just like, what you eating now?
All right.
No. Oh, that's you?
No, Stacey Ann said she can't today because she knew I was looking for her emails. She must have felt it in her spirit. You know, Stacey Ann has the gift. She's like, you trying to, you looking for my email to bring me up in there. That's why you quiet. You said everybody gluten free and such and such.
Mm-hmm. And keto and vegan.
I'm sometimes eat keto and intermittent fasting. Sometimes I ain't no cauliflower crust though.
Yeah, my
All
husband,
right.
he went keto and it was just like,
If I'm
this
eating
is
pizza,
depressing.
pizza.
Yeah, keto will take you there. They just like drink butter sauce, and you're like, but I
put butter in my
Yeah.
coffee.
Yeah,
And
just
it's-
dip your chicken in the butter and that's it.
yeah.
Go to Starbucks. Can I get a tall medium
Pepper
roast
butter.
with heavy cream and a pat of butter?
Yeah.
Butter.
Heavy cream, boy.
Yes. Yep.
Angela keeps dipping.
Sorry, Angela. Angela, what you up to today, girl? Talk to us, girl.
Oh, sound cutting out.
Potato food. I want some food.
Oh,
We didn't
the
hear
laugh
what you
sounds great,
said.
but we
She
couldn't-
said we just hanging with y'all fools right now.
No.
Yeah. No.
She said the F word.
Stop sharing stuff.
We're
See?
talking about Play-Doh food. I want to go get real food.
Oh, she went to get
Play-Doh
real food.
Real food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wanda.
Bump, 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 bump.
Hi, hello.
Hey.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, hi. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm a little nervous, so you'll have to excuse me.
Well, you should be. We're veterans.
Just get on here
Hi.
and sound with us. We're all evened out now. I love it.
Okay.
Here's
Awesome.
a story of a love.
We need 3 more people, don't we? Wait.
Yeah, it's a nine boxer.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, it was 8 and then the center was empty, right?
No, it's Alice, wasn't it?
Oh, did
It's
they
the
allow Alice on there?
center.
I don't know. I feel like
The
they just
housekeeper.
kept her in the back room.
It only took y'all 3 hours. Teresa and Christina was about it, and then it took y'all.
I told you, like I was eating
Hour,
and I needed
2.5
a shower.
Yeah, the
and-
warm
So you took a
Understood.
shower and you ate for real?
Yeah, I mean,
So you missed the slander because we was talking about you, and by we I mean I.
I'll rewatch and then leave negative comments. I will. I have time, like for real.
You gonna watch? We've been on here for 3 hours. Just like a marathon, we should have put a phone number at the bottom.
Telephone.
For though.
Telephone.
1-900.
Brady Bunch. Stacey ain't got it. Oh,
See,
Junket
it
said it
was
was
Alice.
Alice.
There was Alice in the middle.
And then
I know my
y'all
Brady
popping up in the
trivia.
room like the Brady Bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I'll allow the elders to chime in on that.
The elders.
Did we even called elders?
The elders. Huh.
It's It's always the quiet ones, bro. They be coming with all that drama, all that shade. I'm an
Wow.
introvert.
You begged me to come on here, though. You were just like,
There was
"Come
no
on,
begging. There
I
was
feel
an
attacked.
ask.
It was peer pressure. It's like,
I
There
feel
was an
attacked.
ask.
Oh, was it peer pressure or was it elder pressure?
I'll let my elders. Right. Who got hands? If you got words, I hope you got hands too. It's
What
annoying.
with the elders? Oh,
So Imani girl, what you up to, girl? Welcome
Oh,
to the chat.
I've been like kind of a lurker. I was just trying to like get over my fear of like being on camera, but here I am. But everything's great, you know, just chilling, listening to you guys and stuff.
it's good to see you on camera.
Thank you.
And I love your name. That's my daughter's middle name. Imani.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't
I have
it
a
mean
cra-
like one with God or the highest favorite ever in the universe?
It's a funny story about my name. Well, actually,
Yeah.
my middle name is Wanda, so I guess that's why I kind of resonated. Yeah. But my name, my sister named me after like a Kwanzaa. They had a project, and so and I was like, yeah, and like my mom, like, because she had me at like 42, so she didn't think she would have a kid anymore, and so, you know, it was just like her. It was a kind of a spiritual thing, so it was like, yeah, I guess. So I was named after a elementary school project, but also it was crazy, yeah. But you know,
But Imani means faith, right?
yeah, it does in Swahili.
I mean, it's easier than being named Kuti Chakalia, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say that like 5 times, but.
But then if your name is Kuji Chakalia, then you get in a no-name song. So I don't think that's a bad exchange.
Yeah. What they gonna rhyme with that? Nothing.
I don't remember what the rhyme was, but it's in a no-name song for real. Y'all know no name?
No.
I won't start talking about music because I want to like y'all. I'm really specific.
Because we'll be like, whoop.
Teresa tried. Teresa, I'm gonna tell on you. Teresa tried to send me this Asian. She's like, he got so much swagger, and I was like, never in my life. Never in my life.
I didn't say so
I'm not
much.
gonna praise you for being able to wear my culture. Like, no.
He had
never.
some.
Blocked.
I didn't even watch. I didn't even watch. I'm sorry, Teresa, and you are allowed to like what you like, girl. That's the
You guys get this. No, it's so unexpected, but listen.
It's so
I'm straight.
I think his name is like.
I'm cool on that.
I'm straight.
No, but listen.
Oh, we're listening. We're listening.
Listen, Linda. Listen. I think it's Sir Nov, N-O-V. He's an Asian, and he's French, singing R&B. It was like who expects that? Nobody expects that, and he sang it pretty well. I don't know what he was saying.
I do know that French rap is the worst, so I'm not gonna give any weight to R&B.
But you should. I'm saying, y'all just like blue-eyed
soul.
I was gonna
A
say
blue-eyed Asian?
soul, but
yes, they call it blue-eyed soul.
That's why I stopped. But
like
I mean, you look at this guy. You wouldn't expect him to be speaking French, let alone singing R&B and trying to be all.
I mean, it's the same when you go to Jamaica, though. You be like, a Chinese person with a Jamaican accent just throw you out the water, child. That just
Remember that Asian lady that won? Was it American Idol? And she was from Jamaica.
Yeah.
Just I'm like, same girl, and she was from Jamaica, and she was Asian. You wouldn't. I mean, just don't expect it. I was impressed.
I was impressed.
I was. And I mean, I thought Bruce Lee had a little swagger.
Yeah, but he was in his lane. He was with the wah-ha.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, okay.
He was doing what he's supposed to do. I think like maybe folks would just feel better about it if we weren't so villainized. Villainized? Yeah.
Swiss
Right.
German
Vilified.
R&B. Stacy, send me that stuff. Send it to me.
Swiss German R&B.
I'm open.
Junket, she love Bruce Lee. All right, go ahead. But yeah, if we weren't so vilified for being ourselves.
Yeah. I mean, I know then people be biting our style all the time. But I like him.
And in some ways, like, I just think that's a birthright too. Where do you think that sound came from? That came from suffering. Like, let's get this all tied up in a nice, cute little bow. That came from suffering. All of that singing, all of that lifting your voice up to the heavens. You were begging for relief. You were begging to be saved. You were begging for change, you know? So that Adele could do a couple runs, that don't move me. Your people didn't go what they went through. You just took some vocal lessons. Like, my people went through it to develop that style.
Yeah.
So that's just how I feel about it. Not to get, really.
But it means I can listen to, I can find stuff I
listen
like.
To what? Listen, joy is
in another language.
You gotta find it where you get it, where you something. Get it how you live.
Wanda needs a little soapbox emoji.
Uh-oh. Maybe she has one. She's going to get her soapbox.
Her box of Tide.
I can hear you. I am tired. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you, Roseanne.
She's tired.
Why does this keep happening?
So do y'all sing? Y'all ready to do karaoke now?
Mm-mm.
Come on, Rosanna. Now that I got you up here,
leave studio.
No, you don't have to sing. You could do a little. You could do some of your R&B. You can do some of your rap.
Okay, we gotta do something quick because I gotta see what time.
Wanda.
Not y'all having lives.
Goodwill closes. I took my stuff to Goodwill yet. What we gonna sing? Shorty get down, good Lord.
Imani, are you from the West Coast?
No, I'm from the East Coast. I live in Georgia, actually, currently.
Oh,
you sound just like this coach that I listened to. I was like, y'all have the same.
Are they from California?
Yeah, she is.
Okay, I've been told that a lot. My parents are Jamaican, actually, and so like that's where most people they get confused because they would think like the patois accent would come out, but I'm originally from Fort Lauderdale, so I guess that beachy vibe comes out, but yeah, East Coaster though.
Where in Georgia are you?
It's in it's like in Gwinnett, like around that kind of part. It's not Atlanta, but it's like
Gwinnett.
All right, so we're neighbors.
Go ahead, put y'all addresses on.
I'm in
Duluth.
Well, yeah, I'm actually trying to get rid of some stuff because like I'm, planning to make my trip abroad. Yeah, so just trying to. Yeah, I actually still live with my parents though, so I guess it's not too much stuff. It's just like whatever's in my room that needs to be sold. But yeah, it's just a matter of just saving up. But or sometimes I'm just like, there's times where I'm just like, I just want to say F it and like leave. But
do it.
I mean, yeah, that voice in my head is like getting louder and louder. And it's just like,
wait, to leave or?
Oh, to leave. Murder. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I think, but honestly, like I'm still, and this is like I'm glad like the community like this exists because I always have these things in my head like, am I the crazy one here? Because sometimes you have like imposter syndrome and self-doubt. And then when you tell like your family, like, hey, I want to do this, they're like, are you sure? And I can't live for other people's approval. And I have to like get over that mental hump because even if it isn't finances, it's mostly like mental. Because I mean, I'm a minimalist anyway, so it's not much for me to like leave, but it's that mental baggage of just saying I need to like release the tension, release the trauma. And as far as like being in Black spaces, I don't think we see enough. I don't think we hear enough stories about us. It's just being told through other people. So yeah, I'm glad spaces like this exist, so we can kind of let it out and just be who we are. So
amongst people that understand.
yeah,
That's,
exactly.
yeah.
Definitely. And I think as far as like when it comes to like members of our family who may not be so supportive, I think a part of that stems from that mindset of if it was good enough for me, it's good enough for you. And I've seen that firsthand where it's like it's always been this kind of way. And I think as far as like Black people traveling and us seeing there's more beyond than like as far as like our environment, there's nothing wrong with like going beyond the other side and seeing that, because so much of our perception of the world is told on a TV. You know, like I was thinking about going to Mexico, and like I told someone in my family, they're like, well, there's cartels there.
Yeah.
And there's like drug lords and everything. And I'm like,
meanwhile, you're an hour from Atlanta. And
yeah, Zone 6, all those different places. Yeah, I mean, it's no joke, you know, but I think it's just, I want to go where I'm celebrated and not tolerated. And I think as far as like being melanated and being a Black person of queer, you know, a Black queer person like me, it's definitely, and living in the South, it's definitely a unique perspective. It's definitely, it's a unique, I wouldn't say unique because there's like other people that kind of fit that category that I'm in, but I want to learn more about who I am. And I think staying in the same place is not going to cut it for me. So that's where I'm really looking forward to like starting my journey.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Look at this
already have an idea.
I'm so excited.
I love that for you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea of where you want to go?
So it's either between Chiang Mai or I'm thinking of Playa del Carmen. Yeah, it's either between that two. Mexico, because of course it's still in close proximity to the States. And plus I have a good grasp of Spanish. I mean, it's not fluent, but I understand it enough to kind of like the basics, like to communicate where I need to go.
Or if the cartel got a hold of you.
Yeah. I can just, you know, I know my Ayuda me, you know. Yeah. You know, but yeah, I definitely think I'm just trying to kind of, I want to do what scares me the most and not scares me, but challenges me. So Southeast Asia, and plus it kind of fits within my budget usually. So I don't know, it's either Thailand or Mexico, but somewhere outside of America.
Travel? Have you done any solo travel yet?
No, I have not. The last time I traveled was in Washington, D.C., and this was last year before the whole pandemic. So it was like we're in January, and this was on a school trip. And the only time I've traveled internationally was in Jamaica, but that was like when I was like 10 or so. So yeah, I've never done it before, and I'm all up for new challenges.
Wow, awesome. What are you dancing to over there?
Like it's music to my ears, Teresa. Obviously, like come on, she sang all the things. She sang the words
in that order. Yeah, you know.
In that order. You got some love from Junquette. She said, "Yes, exactly, Imani." And Stacey Ann said, "Amen. You can't live for others." And she said, "Beautiful, well said."
Exactly. Yeah, like I've seen it. I had a conversation with my friend a couple of days ago, and I said, like, sometimes as Black people, we typically don't move around a lot. And I read this article one time where a woman ended up marrying who was actually her dad, because that whole because this wasn't, I mean, like, because they never moved. Like, it was just collectively. She didn't know that was her father when they did the DNA test. because it was kind of it just for generations that family just stuck within the same area. So moving is good for the soul. It's good for us to branch out, and I
Good for the
think
gene pool.
For the genetics.
yeah,
I was about to
that
say.
too. Yeah,
Good for the inbreeding not happening.
yeah. They had no clue, and I mean, first I thought this was like clickbait when I read the headline,
How?
because the family apparently from
Apparently he was
dating back.
absent.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Yeah. And they didn't know, but from generations, that family just stuck in that same area. So it's definitely good. I'd like to travel and just see.
In Michigan, you have to take a blood test
DNA.
before you get married to make sure you're not marrying your relative.
I think we had to do
Not
that
in Tennessee,
Indiana.
girl.
I didn't know one of it now. Yeah.
There are cultures that encourage like cousins to get down with the get down. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, Candace, I wanted to talk about that. So sorry. Quick pause for the calls. Candace said her perception of Mexico has been shaped by the U.S. media, so she was surprised to learn all the Black women settling there. I think like we are just really concerned as a culture about safety because we can't imagine a world where we're safe, even though we live and have grown up in some of the most unsafe conditions. So it's really interesting the places that get the marketing that they get. Because, like, let's get it straight. Like, we are the influencers. So, like, once you go somewhere and you're showing somebody that is safe and you living your best life, you going out for tacos and you get in the, the little drinks or whatever, and I'm by the beach. Black women are like, that's amazing. She's safe. It's okay for me to go too. But, like, would she go to somewhere that's not being advertised in that way?
Yeah. My husband, he shared a...
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, my husband, he shared with me this article saying that 100,000 Black women and girls disappear every year, but nobody's talking about that. And that's here in the States. So it's kind of like, well, I've existed this long in this environment, so might as well see what's like.
The human trafficking, Atlanta's a hub for it. And there's so many stories that just go untold. And I just say overall, like, I can't speak for everyone, but I know for me, it's like, you feel more of a foreigner in your own country than is if you were to travel outside. And we've seen it, whether it's police brutality or microaggressions at work and professional spaces. Yeah. And it's manifest itself in every way until and you've heard the stories, like when Black people move out, it's like that mental, like that freedom that you've never experienced before. Like, wait, I can be me and I don't have to look over my shoulder. It's exhausting being Black in America. Like, it feels like another full-time job. So it's like, what do we have today? Like, even going to the grocery store, I have to like, maybe I shouldn't push my cart too close to this white lady or this or that. And it's like,
imagine grocery shopping abroad and like not having somebody watch you thinking you about to steal something. Just imagine.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I'm imagining it, and
you won't feel. The first time I actually felt American was when I was abroad. I was like 21. It was like, aside from Canada, it was the first time going to a foreign country, and it was just like, wow, and being recognized as that and having the privilege of that identity. It's a different experience.
Yeah. And it seems like, at least for me, I'm the only one in my family because I'm the last one, you know? So I'm kind of like that. I'm kind of breaking this generational cycle as well. So I'm the one that kind of is starting to understand, like, people want to say like change is going to come, which it has. We've come a long way historically, but I don't want to wait and keep waiting. And I don't it seems like we're trying to wait for the same people that have oppressed us. Yeah, it's like, we're asking for help from the same hand that has hurt us, that has restricted us, and I don't see it. And realistically speaking, I don't see it coming anytime soon. So it's either we're just going to have to pack up and leave, or just sit here until we're skeletons and wait for change. And I have to live my life. We all have to live our lives. So yeah.
But that's the thing too, is like, you know, people have different focuses. So like for some, maybe Stacey Abrams, for example, like that is her lane. So the thing that's inside her is that, right? That's beautiful for her. That's not my plight. Like I'm just not interested at all in changing something that shouldn't have existed this long as it has anyway, right? Girl, ain't nobody studying that.
Yeah. I completely
So like
agree.
it looks a lot of different ways, but like every way is valid. So like if leaving for you in order to do what it is you have to do, I think that's just as valid as staying. And stressing yourself out.
You guys, I got an exit stage left.
All right.
What? Why? Do you have an order to take up? Like you gotta chop, you gotta cook.
You're not coming to buy these shoes, so I gotta take them to Goodwill.
You just came over here to promote your shoes. Okay. We saw the tea set.
Stuff.
We saw the tea set.
Saw the dishes.
Nobody here
Stuff
wants
for
it.
sale. I got some computer bags. Oh, look.
I'd rather.
Someone just happened to give me that for Christmas one year. That's been on my desk forever.
Christmas time day. That's coming up.
Okay, I gotta go. I need to quit
Bye,
playing.
girl. Thank you for
Take
coming,
care.
Lisa. So Teresa was gonna sing. So who else was going? Dude, Christina. Bye, Teresa. Chiang Mai was interesting for me. So I spent 3 months there. And there's a lot of Black people there. They even have something called Healing House, which is like a open mic type of thing. Yeah. There's also a Sunday dinner. I never really made it to Sunday dinners, but there's quite a few Black people there in Chiang Mai. They just like personally like weren't my kind of Black people. A lot of them were teaching, so like they're teachers in the school system or whatever. So I'll just say that about that. But the city is lovely. Thailand is lovely in general. Like I got to visit.
Ever? I was going to ask you, have you ever got a Thai massage? I've watched some videos and I heard that can change your life. Okay.
There is nothing like a tiny Thai woman climbing all over your body, twisting you in ways that a lover should. Honestly, like you showed me what was possible, girl. Because it's not a typical oil massage where somebody is using their hands. Like, my goodness, their hands must burn because I've tried to do it, but they put like fabric over you, so you're fully dressed, and they put fabric over you, and they just get to kneading out every generational curse you've experienced in your entire life. Like they get to the nitty and the gritty, and it's I guess some people like have a preference for places, but like no matter where I went, I didn't get them like when I first got there. It was like way later when I was in southern Thailand or whatever that I started getting them. That thing right there, boy. And you're just like right up, so it's not particularly private either. So like there may be a separation curtain, there may not be, but you probably won't care because you'll just be in heaven.
Got it.
Thai women are amazing. It's just like, where is that scrumph coming from? You are tiny. Like you're gonna feel like, I don't know how tall you are, but you'll feel like Serena Williams up in that thing. Like,
okay, I'm 5'3", so
okay. Well, still. I've never heard somebody 5'3". Are you actually 5'3" or are you really 5'2"? Because that's throwing me.
Well, with the afro, I want to say it's 5'3".
Nobody. Okay, there comes the shortness. There it is.
Okay.
Because you start counting hair. Like,
yeah, I have to remember that part.
has anybody else been to Thailand? Y'all been to Thailand? Anybody? Thailand and Indonesia were my favorite in Southeast Asia.
Are there travel restrictions now there? Right.
Some of them might have opened. I think Thailand is open. and they just want you to have all types of other stuff that they didn't want you to have before, like health insurance and all this other stuff. You mean Thailand or Indonesia?
Thailand.
Yeah, I think it is right now.
I know with Indonesia, you have to get like maybe like a business or something visa to go there.
So they have a social visa pass. The last I checked, they had a social visa pass is for 30 days. You might be able to extend that, but people typically do visa runs where you leave.
I thought that was up because of COVID.
It might be. So you might only be able to get in with a business visa now.
Yeah.
Stacey hasn't been to Asia yet.
I haven't either.
But yeah, Thailand and Indonesia were my favorite. It was a bit harder to have local friends because of the language barrier, but
how is it making friends abroad?
It's like making friends at home. Impossible. No, I'm joking. You already different. I'm gonna just put it out there. You probably are weird where you're from. You just have something different in your heart. So when you're out there in the world, you would think other travelers you might be able to connect with, and sometimes you can. But some of them are British and steeped in privilege. Some of them are Australian and steeped in privilege. Like, some people are just not looking to connect. Some of them are vacation travelers, so they just coming and going. The other digital nomads, the other people who are long-term, slow traveling, whatever.
Yeah,
you may or may not be able to connect with. I think it's the same as at home. Like, just kind of put yourself out there and see if somebody is down, and they might be, but they might not. And then like you have the travel breakup. So like there was this really lovely Filipino couple. They're American Filipino, and I met them in Chiang Mai, and they're what made Chiang Mai really nice. Like they had a group too. So like I would hang out with them in the group, just doing weird stuff because we had time to do weird stuff. And like go to the mall or like hang out or whatever. That's not really weird, but I've never done that. So they left, and it's just like I haven't seen them since, and like we've kept in touch a little bit online, but that was really sad. But yeah,
it's like having work friends.
Yeah, it's circumstantial, right? So it's just like you kind of in the same place. Pickings is slim. And that happens on the romantic side too, so don't get that twisted either. Pickings is slim, okay?
So are we gonna get the story, or did you tell the story about your Albanian cafe
Sugar daddy
run-in?
Sugar daddy. I did tell the story. I told it maybe last Sunday, but I'll give you the rundown. So I've been keeping to myself and not going outside. So I decided I'm going to go outside in the streets with the COVID. And I was like, there's this place that I saw, and it was on a residential street, which isn't normal. The cafes are usually on busy streets. So this place is like tucked away on a residential street. And I had passed it, and I'd been there with my friend from Finland who helped me to find this apartment. So I was like, I'm going to go back. It's Sunday night. I'm going to decompress. I put out the podcast. I put out the newsletter. I'm going to go chill. So I go chill. And the woman that I had met there before wasn't there. It was a dude. So, he bring me my little shot of liquor. It's a local brandy made from grapes. So, I'm sipping. He bring around some peanuts. I was like, that's nice. So I'm eating my peanuts, sipping my liquor. I'm breaking down crying. I don't know why. That's just what was happening. Just a couple little tears, like, oh, relief. And I get up and I'm like, can you make me a cappuccino? And he's like, absolutely not. You could have a shot of espresso, which is typically what they drink here. And I was like, absolutely not. Hit me with another Rocky. That's what it's called, the liquor. So he's like, invited me to sit at the table. Talkie. He invites me to come back, but he's like, don't meet me here, meet me at the corner. I was like, red flag. So it comes time to go meet, and I was late. I was on the phone because somebody wanted coaching, and so I did that, which I don't advertise, but that's a thing that happened. So I was on the phone with her, over delivering because I don't know how to make nothing short, and I'm zipping down the street trying to meet, and he's back at the place. Like I don't see him at the corner, so I keep going to meet him at the place, and he don't speak. First of all, he speaks zero English, like zero, like none, like nan. So it was like a lot of Google Translate or whatever. So I see him, and like he's asking me like, where were you or whatever. Anyway, I meet his family, and so I met the wife already, but I met his daughters, and they're just like so marvelous and wonderful. So he, of course, like is taking a back seat, and he's like, "Man, we about to get up out of here just in a minute." So I was like, "Yeah, okay." So the wife and the daughter leave, and he bring out some cheese and tomatoes, and I'm a snack. But then I was like, "Man, I'm so tired," and then like I left, and that's the last that. Well, I went back because his wife cooked a local dish that I'd only gotten in the capital. So I'm outside of the capital, and I hadn't seen it anywhere here. And so she cooked it up, and she cooked it good. I ate good. So like I came back for that and saw him, but he was hanging back in the shadows with his cheating ass. So am I allowed to say that? Anyway, so yeah, that's what happened.
Was this the guy? Was his daughter the one with the IG? She was an IG.
Yeah. So there's 3 daughters. The oldest one is the one I met the first day, and then the middle and the younger one are when I went back to eat.
Oh.
Yeah, she got like 100-something thousand followers. I was like, wow, it's amazing. But the girls here are like really flashy like that.
That's
not to have followers, but they do the makeup, they wear the dresses or the coordinated fits and lip injections. Like all 3 of the daughters have lip injections. They just you gotta check out the TikTok. Oh, Angela, I'm so sorry, girl. I was telling my story, girl. Let me add you up in here, raw.
I was listening.
Sorry, Angela, girl. Stacey S said, in general, are you seeing it becoming harder to travel? I mean,
requirements maybe.
Because I don't think the visas have changed necessarily. If anything, there are more visas for like remote workers and stuff. So like once you get in the country, like they're not saying like you can only stay 15 days or whatever. A lot of them want you to stay longer. That's what those remote visas are for, to help you to stay longer than your typical maybe like 30 days or 90 days or whatever your passport affords you. But yeah, I don't know. There's just, if you have connecting flights and you got to take COVID and go COVID tests, and yeah, sometimes the timing of it can be tricky. I think it's mostly what it is. Other than that, I think it's pretty normal. There was somebody, wasn't it you, Rosanna? You posted an article about some couple that got caught at a airport trying to board a flight.
Yeah, they had to disembark and they had to change planes, and they had to go through passport control to get to, the other plane. And it was in Switzerland during a time when they weren't allowing U.S. citizens into the country. So since passport control is technically in Switzerland, they weren't allowed to get to their other flight. So they had to be sequestered or like airport jail for however long. But wow. I mean, but now since we're allowed in, if you have a vaccine, if you've been vaccinated, then it's not a big deal. But
it is a problem if you haven't been vaccinated. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was saying doing research is important to like be up to date on information.
But these things are changing too, like all the time. So you could have a flight booked and maybe the requirements change for the country, especially as some of the cases were going, excuse me, not the bubble part. Some of the cases were going up, and they was like, "Oh, we got to shut it down again." But yeah, it's tricky with the connecting flights for that reason.
Yeah.
Well, the timing of the test, but also, is this country open? Can I transit through?
Mhm.
And like nobody has clear information. Like even so, I went the worst flight ever. It's probably the longest flight I've had. So I went from Malaysia to Singapore, Singapore to Amsterdam, Amsterdam to Italy, Italy to Albania.
Wow.
Messing around with these folks in Malaysia. I had a beautiful ticket. Can I talk about it? I had a beautiful ticket from Malaysia to Turkey, Turkey to Albania. Super sweet and nice. But because of these folks in Malaysia, but anyway, so I remember like in Italy, he was like, "Is Albania open?" He was like, "Girl, you have one job. This country is right across, and there's like a relationship. That's why the pizza here is so good. Like they have, that's terrible. But you know, there's been an involvement historically speaking between Italy. I guess he was like, "Child, I ain't got time to be keeping track of all these countries. Are you able to go there? Yes or no?" I was like, "Yes, girl. Bye, girl. Thank you. Let me transit through." Stacey Ann said, "I thought something changed with Indonesia lately." I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't even be checking for it. But yeah. Girl, where did Angela go?
She threw her mask.
Girl, she said, "Zoop." Girl, let me leave this camera up.
She said she was picking up her lunch, so.
Oh, okay.
But she just left her phone in the car. She definitely don't live in Atlanta. She live in the burbs.
Okay, Rosanna. Since you up here,
I'm not singing.
I didn't ask that. I didn't really have nothing to follow up with that. Yes, Lena. So tell us what has been the hardest part about making your plans to leave.
Honestly, the balancing my husband's emotions on stuff, because his family still lives here in the States. So I'm not sure if that's why he's I don't know. I don't want to go too deep into that, but just balancing the needs and the comfort of a partner. So being mindful of that is the challenging part for me. Like I've been ready to go. I've been ready to sell my house, and I guess also like making time and having the energy to release stuff that I have. Like not that I want to keep everything, but just the effort of going through it and being responsible for that, and not just say, "Hey, all of this is going to a landfill. Here we go." So,
How long have y'all been married?
7 years. We've been together. God, what year is this? We've been together 15 years, 16 years.
You lying? The same person?
Yeah, same guy. I mean, in all our different iterations of life.
The same person.
Wow.
So Stacey wants the tea. Like, what's good?
I mean,
with a partner, balancing emotions.
He's
while
down.
not necessarily
Like
having access to your own.
Yeah, he's an adventurer, so I definitely got lucky with that. Like we both love travel, checking out new stuff. He's more willing to go down an unknown road than I am, but still, I mean, it's cool to have somebody who is in accord with you on that. But I mean, if we've traveled internationally, I mean, we got married abroad, And then we also travel internationally. Thank you, Stacey Ann. 2019, we had a big trip to Europe. And I mean, I'm trying to think, we got tired of each other. There weren't any instances of getting tired of each other, but even if we had, it would have just been like, hey, meet you back at the hotel at whatever time. We both have phones, not a big deal. But he got sick when we were in Brussels, so I had to do some solo exploration there.
Not you left him behind. You sick? I'm so sorry.
No,
But
I
anyway,
mean,
there's a statue I really wanted to see today.
So
So
like, we're in Brussels, and how can you not get waffles? Like, for real, I can't get a waffle. I'm not gonna get a waffle in Brussels.
Okay. So because you're sick, I can't get a waffle. That doesn't sound healthy to me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no,
that's a long time. One person.
That's a long time. We said it like it was negative. That's great.
Oh no, yeah, it's great. Oh yeah, well, it's great. Please stop getting mushy, Rosanna. We pull back.
I'm not sensitive.
Yes, you are. The funniest people are the most sensitive, and you are funny. So
well, there you have it. But yeah,
just don't go all Robin Williams on us. That's not a joke. If you need help with suicide prevention, there are resources. I mean, that was a joke, but it's not a joke. So
I'll WhatsApp you first. It's cool.
Yeah, you got that. So yes, I posted my number in the group, and some people thought I was really weird for that. But you're totally able to connect with me if you want.
Your phone number?
So nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's my Google Voice number, but
Oh,
it's like the only one I have. So yeah.
I love waffles too, Candace.
You said you love waffles?
Yes. Candace Dawn said, I love waffles.
That's the name of her brand. She loves it so much. Thank you for sharing, Rosanna. We appreciate your share.
All my secrets for a long-term loving relationship.
Oh! Where's my popcorn, girl?
I mean, it's one of those questions like, what's the one thing the world needs to be a better place? And that's empathy. So just have a willingness and the desire to be a good person to that other person. So I mean, it definitely helps. Like I had a string of not good, and I don't even want to call them relationships, but exchanges with people that were users or, just generally weren't respectful of me. And at the time, since I was young, didn't really respect myself either. So it was just like, whatever. So when I met him, it was at a time where I had experienced traumatic loss and really wasn't looking for a relationship, but he was someone who was completely different than anyone that I'd met, and just adventurous and just someone new, and made me feel good about myself. He's still my number one cheerleader. So find somebody who respects you and wants to raise you up and not bring questions that cause like negative doubt, but still questions that have you introspective, So I think that's.
Have y'all been to couples therapy?
No, and it's funny, like we'll want it at different times, but if the other person isn't willing, then it's not going to work. Like don't want anyone to feel resentful, so, or do something out of obligation as opposed to knowing that it's the healthy choice for both of you at the same time.
Well, Candace said that's a healthy relationship.
It's work. Like, and I don't even want to say that it's like one of those cheesy, he's my best friend, but
is he your best friend?
mean, we stay in the house together all day long, so I guess. So, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So, I like him. He's cool.
Is he the same age as you?
He is a year older.
Got you an older man. Refined.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. So what were your families like when you introduced each other to each other?
It's like I just had my sister at the time, and so she liked him because again, he's a really different type of person. And he's
What do you mean by different type of person?
Yeah.
different. Okay, so
Y'all got the questions today. I'm gonna just
so I lived in Detroit for, I used to say half my life, but since I'm old, I'll have to say it like a third of my life. And so you just didn't meet guys who were into like photography or travel really, or just um, forming community, just things like that. Like it's like it's like that common line when you meet people, when you find out that someone hasn't been past downtown. Like that was a lot of people in Detroit, you know.
Wow.
And they wouldn't even go downtown. They would just be like, oh, that's whatever. I'm gonna just stay on my side of town, and that's it. So he had an interest in travel and just like exploring. I guess now it's kind of like urban exploration, but like,
homesteading.
no, but just like, you know, checking out art and
Yeah.
abandoned buildings, you know, just random ass places. So at the time he had started a business with some friends. It was a music studio and an art gallery, and he had like a little radio station on MySpace.
Yes, come on.
But he was just like
Grandmother.
Yeah. He was just like a really cute guy.
So you were attracted to him when you met him.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
Is he taller than you?
Slightly, yeah. I'm like 5'7" and he's 6 feet.
I know he was a big
6
one.
footish. Yeah. You said you knew I was a biggin?
I said a big one, but biggin works too. Well, I didn't want to say that. I wanted to say something else.
Yeah. But yeah, and I don't know, just have good experiences together. Like go out, have fun.
Not make babies.
No, we
Because
have
Candace asked you.
Candace wants to know everything.
Oh no. And that's
me.
another
It's coming
thing.
from the comments. It wasn't me.
No, we don't have kids. We have a year old cat named Maya. She's sweet. So
What you gonna do with Maya when you leave?
oh, she's coming with us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's like my therapy cat. So
She's young enough to adapt to her new settings.
I guess we took her to a cabin a few months ago. She did not like riding in a cage, so she was just like out in the truck. I'll post a picture later of her hanging out with me.
First of all, a photo of a cat is an amazing thing because it has to be sitting still in the first place. Otherwise, it's just blur.
She sleeps like 18 hours a day, so she's
young.
Like,
she's growing.
She's a baby.
How long?
So,
Cat lives.
Candace has all the questions. She says, "Do the rest of us date on the road?" And she said, "And the rest of us, do we have kids?" So,
I don't have kids.
I don't have kids.
Me neither. But there are plenty. There are plenty who do have kids and they travel and they make it work. The dating part, I mean, you just.
I've been so fixated on like my grind right now that I have not been thinking about like dating, but about the kids part, I guess, and I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks this. I think when it comes to like women and like motherhood, there's this underlying feeling of, especially like from coming from like the older women in our families, like, when are you going to give me some grandkids? Or when are you going to pop out some more kids? And it's like, you know, there's more to being a woman than her ability of having kids. Like,
Breeding. There's more to
yeah,
a
like,
woman than breeding.
yeah, and it's like if you don't have kids, it's like, well, you must be selfish, or who's going to take care of you when you get old, or it
The
seems
old
as
folks
if
home.
it's a problem, but it's like I don't want to, and I don't know if I want to. I mean, having the ability to bring forth life is a blessing, and I mean, but for some women or people that can bear children, it seems as if like I don't know. I just feel like there's just overall pressure of having kids.
A big part
Or
of that though is like we used to get pressure from his mom about kids, and a lot of that is them wanting to have something in common with you, like a common experience, a shared experience, especially for us that have um I don't want to say like alternative lifestyles or just like a different
Unconventional.
unconventional lifestyle. That's the word. Thank you. So just wanting to have something in common and have something to bond over with. Like I'm not an easy person to like get personal with in that respect. Like
We just got
have
your whole life. Like,
I mean, but that's I mean you got an explanation, but just like
Yeah.
having like a heart to heart about like life and
Yeah.
all that other stuff, but them just wanting to have something in common with you, and it's like them being able to pass some part down of their own legacy, like saying they have this impact in someone else's
oops,
life. Damn, just like in the middle of my whole like thoughts.
my bad.
Messing with my ADHD now. I don't remember.
Oops, my bad.
You're cool.
you talking about cats?
I was talking
No,
about
joking.
cats. I love
No, you were saying
them.
that they want something in common with you and to be
Yeah.
able to pass down something to people that you create
Yeah,
that they
so
slightly support.
yeah, and it's like
But
some
you have to
people,
watch them all the time.
yeah. It's like some people, you know, have buildings and stuff named after them. Other people have kids that, you know, pass down that legacy in that way. Yeah, child free by choice. 7
That should be a
nephews,
hashtag.
goddamn.
Put that. Teresa could put that on her. Doesn't she do that T-shirt business?
Topic, but she can't. That's not even her gospel.
I know.
She can't sing that.
But
Her
Prince
ovaries
doesn't
was worked, okay? Her womb was worked.
Yeah. And I know like a part of me, if I hadn't stayed in the States this long, then if I felt like I was in a place where I was like comfortable and safe in that regard, then I would feel differently about raising kids. Aside from like the diaper part, which is a no for me. But
Well, then don't do them. You train your children to poop and pee on themselves. Just potty train them from the gate, and then you'll be fine. You could even do it with cats.
no, I
Don't
know
question,
like
don't question me. I saw that.
right?
I know I was hard headed, and I'm pretty sure my
Yeah, no,
husband
you
was a
just have
hard
the
headed
baby.
kid. So
It's like
having
blink
babies,
once for pee, blink
mm-mm,
twice for poop.
have some
I
hard headed
think,
kids.
yeah, I
Very
think
smart.
a lot of it comes with like identity and like trying to figure out, is my identity just wrapped around if I have kids or not, or self-worth. Me personally, I kept telling myself if I do have kids, it definitely would not be in the States, because I would never want my child to say, why do they treat me like this? Why I can't see myself raising a Black family in America with the current state that it's in. Because how do you explain that to a child that your people aren't going to like you for just for you existing?
Yeah.
I could not put my children through that. And the other thing is, it's, and I would just say, like, this is as someone that is the 10th child and
Oof.
has, yeah, you know, um, so I think a lot of the women in the older generations feel like that was all they were good for, of just bearing children, and that your identity is more than just your reproductive capabilities. And for me personally, I know that I go beyond that, and we have much more to offer as Black women than our ability to reproduce. So, what that looks like, it can mean different things to other people, but it could mean just traveling, going by your own terms, maybe being single by choice. It shouldn't be a curse, or should it be seen as, why won't you have kids? Why you should have a husband? You should, it's like you're born, and then it's like it seems like you have to choose, like, pick this life, pick this identity. I want to create my own. We should be free. We should have the permission to create the life that we want and not just settle for what is given to us. So I think that just overall, when it comes to like motherhood, being in a relationship, you're not a bad person for not wanting those things. And you're not necessarily a great person for having those things, because there's plenty of people that are parents and aren't the best at it. So,
True.
I mean, it just depends on how you look at things.
And
Seems
Candace
like,
says, I'm open to having one if I was married. May or may not happen since I'm in my early 40s. And I think that's another part of the having kids equation, like deciding what kind of relationship you want with with the other parent in your life. Like, you can be married but still feel like you're a single parent. Like, I have a friend that's like that, and it's just like, wow, you do everything, and the dude is just like, even though they're married, you have to decide if that's something that you're willing to live with, or the potential of that. So.
yeah, I think it's just, you know, having that ability of freedom. I mean, and doesn't mean like freedom, like, okay, you don't have kids, that means you're free. You can have kids and be a digital nomad, a whole family. I just think it's that sense of what we're looking for, which is having options and saying, I don't want to do this, I want to do that. That's I think that's what most of us are looking for, which is just not having to answer for people, not having to justify or explain everything about us. And I think as Black people, as Black women, we never really get that chance, because our stories are being told by other people that don't look like us. And even in the media, how they showcase Black people, it's like struggle is the theme.
Every
And
time.
yeah, I mean, Tyler Perry movies I've seen, and I mean, I even spoke to someone about that. Like, why do we see this as entertainment? It shouldn't. I'm incredibly offended by Tyler Perry's movies, but especially when you're making profit off of our ancestral pain and things like that, I have an issue with that. And struggle should not be the central theme of who we are in our existence. And like I said, if I do choose to have a family, I definitely would not see it in the States, because it seems like our history starts with slavery, but no one wants to tell the untold story of who we really are. And it goes way beyond. And it doesn't start with slavery. So it's too much. And plus the public school systems, and it's
Oh
just,
my God. I
that's
don't.
trash. Yeah.
Oh man. And it's just like, how are you a teacher and you're basically a dream killer? Like, when kids want to show, they'll have like a really unique perspective, and just because you didn't do it in the right method or the way that it's supposed to go, then what? You know?
Oh yeah. I mean, growing up, Columbus Day, Black History Month, you're getting fed the same type of uh, information, and it's like there's more to our history than just Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks. There's more to us than that. It's like it's still this one size fits all kind of view of who we are. So us, how we identify who we are, it's almost as if you have to pick one. I mean, I'm pretty sure like you guys have heard like terms like Oreo and stuff like that, like how I was growing up as a kid because I liked alternative music, or even just the way that I speak, even because I remember just growing up like saying, "Oh, well, you talk white, so you think you're better than us." And growing up, I didn't really, at that time, I didn't understand it until I realized as I got older, I was like, oh, they're equating whiteness with being proper. And so it came into like things where I had to choose. Do I fit in? Do I lower or do I compromise who I am to make other people comfortable? Or do I continue being who I am? And if it pisses people off, that's their problem. And so it's that identity. And I think when you incorporate womanhood, and queerness on top of that, and living in a place where it's more generally more conservative, it's like more hurdles to jump over. And so the traveling part, it's not necessarily going to a physical place necessarily. It could be that, but I think traveling where it's like you can just breathe and just get out of it and not feeling stuck. And for me personally, 2020 was definitely that eye opener for me, due to some of the events that have happened relating to the Black community. I said, okay, I got to renew my passport. This is it. This was like the last straw for me, because it was like, it clicked in my head. I was like, how can we even thrive if we're just trying to survive? Like, how can that happen? And we can't wait on someone to give it to us. Because I had a conversation with my friend, and I was like, the protests, the marching, I get that. I see that. I'm an advocate for it. Sometimes change has to come in ways like in that kind of way to make noise, to get people to listen. But we have to change who we are, because I mean, it's not, we're still caught up on colorism. We're still caught up in futurism. And we need to respect, I think we have to do a lot of internal work. And I don't know if we can heal in the same place. So that's why I'm huge on traveling and healing. And then if we want to come back to the States, then that. But I think like traveling is definitely it's a must.
Wanda needs to come back and explain this statement. We have to change who we are.
Yeah, I would love to hear. Yeah.
It's like, what part of me is fighting against that? Because it's like, do we have to, or do we have to just be in a place where we can accept who we are? Like, I don't know. Both. Christina, you look like you have some thoughts.
I was just thinking about what Candace's question about like having kids, and then you'd mentioned also like if you were in a place of safety, and like I was thinking about the struggle of living in America as a Black person and the trauma that is associated with that. If we were able to, all of us wants to travel, we want to get away, we want to explore. If we're able to really connect with our true self and discover who we are and find that sense of happiness and joy, maybe that would allow for the thoughts of possibly having kids and getting married and settling down and wanting to be stable because we feel fulfilled, right? Where is in America, a lot of us are there's so many uncertainties. There's so many like trying to figure out and navigate the education system, being followed in the stores. Like, we don't want our kids to experience those things, but if we're in a country or a place and we've experienced life to where we feel whole and at peace and we're able to find a partner that fulfills us, you know, then that the idea of having kids may not be like, oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, I don't want to change a diaper. You might be like, this is my person. I want to build a life and a family and a future here because I'm happy. Whereas in America, we're left wounded, and so it's hard to think beyond that.
Yeah, I think we're just in an abusive relationship and we're just trying to physically, emotionally, financially, every aspect. And it's like you don't know how much of a mess you're in until you leave. So I completely agree. Like maybe motherhood could be a possibility. Maybe dating, maybe, figuring, maybe just getting out of it is just one thing, but definitely wanting to breathe and then put those pieces together because it seems like if those pieces just keep getting shattered. I mean, we know the stereotypes of like black women, it's like you start to believe maybe this is me. And it's a lot of like being repetitive, those stereotypes being shown like, you know, all these different things. Like I know for sure, like most of the women in my family, they had to work. They had to work. They were working for other people, cleaning for other people. Like I remember like even my mom, because I had come from immigrant parents and the women had to put up with a lot of crap cleaning for old white people. Like it was like it's not like it was nothing compared to The Help. I think The Help is just the white people's version of The Color Purple, but that's another another story. But anyways, though, yeah, and having to because I believe in generational pain and it actually being infused. I'm not a doctor or anything, but I believe it can pass on through the womb
For sure.
and
Yeah.
having that being repeated like constantly. And I think like even the mental health aspect, which is another conversation, but it's just like you would have to be mentally I'm just going to be honest, like it's mental pain and being told you have to be strong, you can't be vulnerable, you can't cry, it does something. It does something. And trying to be like I don't know who said it, but I think went something like black women are like the mule and they carry the weight of the world. I don't remember exactly who coined how the quote went, but it kind of goes to show like we're carrying so much, and it can look like even when in terms of business, like when we want to start a business, we have to feel like we have to be busy all the time. We have to be doing something all the time.
Black excellence.
Yeah. And
Black excellence is
not even the have to be busy part, but the have to produce something worthwhile or quality and waiting for it to be perfect. And it's just like, you don't need that kind of stress. Just do it.
And also not understanding all of the things that create value. Like we have a different idea because we've had to go so hard from the gate. Like sometimes we don't even recognize the things that are valuable to people that we don't value just because like it's a part of our normal world. And it's just like, oh girl, I do that like breathing. And it's just like, but that's the thing. The thing. So you think you have to like overachieve and like it has to be so much bigger than what you just have innately in you that is good enough that you can put a price on. And also to the immigrant point, like think about the people who fought so hard to give the next generation a chance, an opportunity. That's why they traveled, right? So they uprooted themselves from their culture to come to a place where they could create money and create more opportunities for themselves and for the people that came from them. And so they look at you like, but what are you doing though? Like what's not clicking? Like
I've been told that. Yeah, it's like we came here just for you to leave. Like it was like they took offense to it. And it was like, it comes down to the point where if you're tired, you're tired. It doesn't have to mean physical exhaustion. And, like I was saying, who are we really? And you have to ask yourself, I have to ask myself, who am I? Like, not, I mean, quoting Indiari, I'm not my hair, I'm not, all these different things. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, who am I really? Like, I'm just a person that happens to be black, you know? My identity doesn't have to be rooted in complexion. It doesn't have to be rooted in hair texture. It's just, we're human beings. I just want to be, But like was saying, it's being caught up in the mix of we have to prove who we are by getting a, like, even with school, like, we have to go to college, we have to do this, we have to make straight A's, black excellence, we have to open up 5 businesses, we have to, it's like, you breathing right now, if that's all you did, that's good enough, because we look at our white counterparts, and it's like, they don't have to, they can go to, like, they can just show up as themselves, and that's fine. And it seems like we have to, like, put on more stuff just to show who. So I think even in the workplace, like, things like that. Like, I remember I was asked one time for an interview, like, from another Black woman, so are you going to straighten your hair? And I told her, no. For what? Yeah. And I mean, I have to wash my hair anyways. It's not, you guys caught me at my bad time right now, but overall, it's like,
fine.
The hair
okay,
is the
cool.
hair, honey. That's all came out your head,
Yeah, but yeah, she was like, are you going to straighten your hair? Because, and I knew it was complete BS, but I wanted to know where her thought process was behind it. And so I asked her, no, I like my twists. What's the problem? Because do I have to change the structure of my hair to make other people comfortable? To make white people comfortable? Is that what it is? To damage my hair
and other Black
for someone
people.
else's?
Because
Yeah.
of the internalized misogyny, because of the internalized racism.
Yeah, and then there was and then we see this in ways where it's like the natural hair versus the non-natural, and it's like more divisiveness. And so looking at that, it's like, where is this stemming from? It's our identities being shaped by someone else. You were always beautiful until someone told you that you weren't, and you believed it. Because even, I mean, when it comes to, like, colorism, for example, I'll just make this short. Like, I don't think some of us have really been told the beauty of our skin color and how amazing it is. And there's nothing wrong with it. But sometimes it leaves you feeling self-conscious. Like, for people that have been told that their color is a problem, that they can't show up who they are, don't stay out in the sun for too long. I've been told these things before, and it's like kind of left an imprint. And so even when you do get to travel to warmer climates, it's like, wow, maybe I shouldn't stay out in the sun too long. Like, there's certain things we're taking with us that I think we have to do a lot of before we make that, book that ticket. We have to, like, let go of, we have to leave that behind. And like I said, it's that identity. Who am I when I'm leaving America? Who am I right now? And what does that look like when I'm in Mexico and Thailand? So I guess that was I don't know if some of it was making sense. I can go on, like, a tangent, but
There's no, I guess. You can't just.
Oops.
I'm still
trying to.
Everything that you just said.
Yeah, don't add a disclaimer at the end of whatever you say. Like,
you said what you said, and it was perfectly clear to people who
period. Yeah.
No, not even on some cliche gift type of thing, but, like, to the people who are meant to receive that message, like, they get exactly what you're saying.
Definitely. And thank you for that.
That's what we do here, Hanny. So Stacey Ann said, just this year, I've been able to connect the dots between issues that I thought were just me and taking too much responsibility for the consequences of the system I was raised in. She said all of the words. Candace bigged you up too. She said, I love you.
Oh, thank you so much, Candace.
And so, like, what does that look like? And so, like, I had started this series earlier this year called Wellness Wednesdays because I was like, maybe the girls are afraid. It's like maybe the girls are tired. Maybe their edges are coming out. So, like, let's take some time to center ourselves because I think that so my three cornerstones are travel, wellness, and entrepreneurship, and how they intersect, right? And how they are interdependent upon one another, even if it's just travel and wellness, right? So for others, like it's a vacation and like, oh, like I get to relax and like see something different and take some cool pictures. But for us, like I just see it as so much more. I see it as a chance to actually live, right? And all of what you were saying is that Angela has said it before, like where you go, there you are. That phrase exists for a reason. Like that is a phrase for the reason that until you deal with the bigger issues, until you get to the heart, until you see the bigger picture, until you mine yourself for the trauma, until you mine the there's generational trauma, there's also generational wisdom, right? Until you tap into that as well, until you start listening to yourself, and still you until you are able to operate from a place of what it is you want and what you want to do versus being reactionary. Well, was she being racist towards me? Because that's like our guards are often up. Our guards are often up in the world. Our guards are often up with each other, and our guards are often up with ourselves. Because I have to keep it together. Because if I fall apart, then ain't nothing gonna get done. Because like I'm all I have, right? So like it's all of that until you do a lot of that work. And that work just looks like facing the fears. It's like finishing the conversation. What happens is like you're inside your head and these fears are bumping around and they're making you scared to do the thing, whatever the thing is. And until you sit down and finish the conversation, okay, but what if I end up in Mexico with no money and you just leave it there? Your brain is going to have a heyday with that, right? It's just gonna like no, I'm not doing that. We're not doing that. Doesn't sound logical. That doesn't sound sound. You need to have a plan. You need to have this and that. So like you're just not gonna go because you're gonna listen to the logic of your brain versus saying, okay, well, what would happen? Okay, so what can I do so that I don't get to that point? And how can I create a safety net for myself? What kind of things can I institute so that this thing doesn't happen? And you work that versus just letting the fear hang there and drive your decisions, right? That's exactly what that looks like. And some stuff is known and some stuff is unknown. So I've been having this conversation lately, right? So I was in Chiang Mai specifically, sitting on my bed, and I was like, oh, my mother was emotionally unavailable. Real thing that happened. I had never located at that. My mother has passed. And I said, this entire time, like she did the best that she could with what she had. She couldn't give me what she didn't have, like all this like logical stuff. So in a conversation recently, someone was saying, and yet you still deserve those things as a child. And so I'm going back and forth with myself about like, okay, but what does that do? So I allow myself to be vulnerable and hurt and say that this is something I hadn't even thought of. Like I thought it was dealt with, it was handled, right? It's just like she wasn't there. I'm gonna go get love where it is. Like, why would I? Like, why would I? But apparently there's merit. I'm not really sure about this yet. I have to continue the conversation, but apparently there's merit in something I hadn't even thought of, something that wasn't actively hurting me, or so I thought, in exploring this, and yet I still deserved, right? I still deserve support. I still deserved emotional availability. I still deserve someone to see me. I still deserve some affection, like whatever it is. Like, I don't even really know what mothers are supposed to do because I never experienced that. And that's part of the thing. It's like exploring like what relationships are actually supposed to look like. And so it's stuff like that. It's stuff like that that I'm still I have a question about it, but may help you to open yourself up to more of yourself so that you stop behaving in a way that limits yourself, right? So yeah, because I didn't have that, and because I took care of myself, because I've always taken care of myself, um, I may have blocked myself from receiving something that I believe that I should have, and like what all that looks like. And I'm still like figuring that stuff out. So I can't tell. That's all I know about it right now. But yes, like that is very much it's the stuff known and the stuff unknown, and some stuff is going to surprise you, and sometimes it takes a professional, but it certainly takes somebody with a questioning mind, because most of the time we just surround ourselves with people who are not curious about the world. They're not curious about life. They're not asking themselves these kinds of questions, let alone trying to open you up in any kind of way. And so if you can find a good therapist, sometimes I think that helps, or a good coach, sometimes that helps, but it's somebody who helps you to be introspective in a not productive, but like in a way that you're able to grow, like what Rosanna was saying. So she married into that. So like that's like amazing. But it's very much that, because like who else is thinking? Like who is out here thinking? Like who is out here thinking? Think about the stuff you surround yourself with constantly, like the movies or the TV series, or who you're associated with on social media. Who's out here thinking? Who's out here trying to pull you outside of yourself? Who is saying something in a way that sparks something inside you? Like I crave that. I crave that so hard, because everything else is just so dull and boring, honestly. I don't know what the point is. It's dribble. So yeah, all of that.
I think Stacey Ann had a good question there.
She said, why is it hard to receive what you didn't get and still want? But because it's usually, I think because we're usually in the lack of it. I didn't get this. I don't have that. It's not here. It's not here. It's not here. And that always feels bad, feels disempowering, right?
Yeah, you don't feel worthy at the time when it does come around.
And so where it is, because I believe that in some way, shape, or form, that's why gratitude is a practice, right? Because you are looking at what's there. You are vibing with, appreciating whatever snatches of the experience that you want that is actually present. And so sometimes what we're doing is rolling around in it not being there, versus seeing the pockets of where it is and letting those pockets grow into something bigger than a pocket, into letting it be a flowy dress. Don't mind me, sorry. Hard to receive what you didn't get and still want. Yeah. So it's like I've always been I was. It's hard these days, but I was an avid reader. I lived in books. I lived in the library. So while I may not have gotten what I wanted from the people I have 9 older brothers and sisters, aside from my mother and my father, who passed as well. But he passed when I was super young, so he was like never part of the equation. So you got out early, Dad. So I don't have any hard feelings about you, but whatever. So I think I got what I needed from books. I think I got what I needed from Boyz II Men and like Lauryn Hill and whoever was. I listened to music so hard. So like whoever was in rotation on my little cassette player, CD player. It was a CD player. Did I have a cassette? I think it was a combo CD cassette player. So I think I got what I needed from those places versus from the actual real life people in front of me, right? So I think that's the thing. Why is it hard to receive what you didn't get and still want?
Yeah, and I think it's even harder to receive if you feel like you haven't had any kind of massive change in yourself. Like, why am I worthy of it now when I was the same person, a month ago, a year ago, a decade ago? Like, why is it good enough? Why is it good now? Why am I good enough now? And,
or even questioning that you want it. Like, why do I want this? Like, something that you've never had, you've never experienced, and yet you want it, but you don't even know what it's like to have that thing, but you want it. Just like I want to go to Italy. I've never been there, but like I need to get there. There's just something inside you that wants it. You have to go there to experience it for yourself.
Oprah.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent. I don't know. She cool. I would listen to the Sundays, Super Soul Sundays. But she seemed like she's very much in the conversation for herself. That's what it is. She's always interrupting somebody. Oprah gonna interrupt you to get an answer to the question that she got.
It's her money, her tape.
True. Honey, you on my show. My book club sells out every month. So
It's like, it's me on the cover.
Right. Of my magazine.
Every month for 20 years.
Yeah, definitely. I can relate to the books part. I was definitely a bookworm growing up. It was the escapism, really, for me, just kind of being transported in different worlds, writing, music, video games, anything. I think as I get older, I realized, why did I do those things? And it was like, because I couldn't really face what was in front of me and the obstacles and coming to terms with certain things and accepting what I can't change and maybe trying to change what I can't accept. And what does that look like? Because we live in our heads usually, and we think of different scenarios or worst case scenarios, especially like traveling solo as women, traveling solo as Black women. Our minds just tend to go to like the worst case. But I trying to like heal and saying, what if it does work out? What if I do get to achieve and more? And what can I do now to build, to set that up? I don't have to have it perfect. I don't even need a plan sometimes. Sometimes the plan is just, maybe if it is a plan, it's just to do. And yeah, I think sometimes having to like unlearn so much from what we were told and to make room for new abilities. And it's like, yeah, it's like, and it's so simple, but it's like sometimes we tend to really think so much about this is what we're going to lose, this is what we're going to miss out, this is who we're going to hurt. And like when you care so, and even like traveling, and like if you're traveling with like a partner, or when it comes to like telling your family, this is what I want to do, it's like, and they might say, well, you're going to hurt us, you're going to leave us behind, what about this, what about that? And it's like you start to receive that as, maybe I'm being selfish. And then it kind of puts you in
Nothing's
that.
wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with being selfish and living your life for you. Like,
see, I have to learn that. I'm slowly starting to like understand that and realize I'm not a bad person for going after what I want.
Yeah. And especially
ambition
because
is
you already
good.
had like 40 whatever years before you even existed, or well, 20 whatever, how many years before you even existed to live their life. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I'm right here in my room. Don't nobody ever come knocking. Don't be mad at me when I leave.
Yeah.
Please. Don't even be here when I'm.
Yeah.
I'm like the baby of my family. I'm 25. So like all my other siblings are married, have kids, you know, all that. And so it's kind of like there's this underlying pressure of, well, maybe I should do this for approval. But then like you're saying, like, it's nothing wrong with going after what you want. You're not selfish. You're just you. And you shouldn't have to conform to like what other people perceive you as, because how people perceive you is not your reality. It doesn't have to be your reality.
And it's not your responsibility either.
Yeah.
And like at this point, you say you have like 8 siblings older than you?
9.
9 siblings. So it's like you could flip that and be like, well, since all 9 of them have lived this expected life, I have the opportunity and the honor of being able to flip that and be the opposite, or be whatever the hell you want to do. Like it's simple, but it's not easy. Like it's a simple mindset, but it's not easy to get there.
Oh yeah.
And I was
giving ourselves permission.
And I was thinking about the books thing, and I've been listening. I'm ashamed partially, but it's taking me like 2 months to get through this Octavia Butler book tape. It's called A Handful of Earth, A Handful of Sky. And it's basically someone reading all of her notebooks, like all the stuff that she wrote in her notebooks. And it's so fucking awesome, like for real.
I bet.
And it's so amazing. And then so I had posted on my IG that it's like, it's 50%, what did I say? It's like 50% manifestation and 50% magic or something like that. Because just like all of this stuff that she wants for herself, like she says things like in 1990, I want to have $100,000 in my savings account and be debt free. And then, below that, it'll be her breaking down her budget for the month, like a can of black beans and having to pawn her typewriter in order to afford rent. And it's just like, and it made me think about how, like, I started reading Octavia when I was thinking like the third grade. And I'm like, damn, was Octavia Butler my best friend back then? Because it was just like, it's these stories that are unrelatable but relatable. And then going back to the whole Oreo thing, like I grew up half my life, I started off living in Texas. And then when I got to Detroit, it was like, I'm obviously the odd person out. Like the way that I talked, the way that I, dressed. Like it was back when Chucks were the cheap shoe from Payless, so nobody really was copping them. And so I just stood out. And so I just had like Octavia and all these other books. And I felt like if I'm going to not relate to something in that landscape, then let it be from a book because it's in a different setting, a different world, a different planet, as
You're not
opposed
supposed to
to,
fit in.
yeah, as opposed to being, with people who look like me, but still not fitting in.
I'm writing an article about this actually, because I think that is also the draw for travel for people who are different, because you are in places where you're not supposed to fit in.
Mm.
That's all I'm gonna say about that. You gotta read the rest. Candace had a question a very long time ago. I did not forget you, girlfriend. She said, "What is your experience being queer and traveling abroad?"
Well, I guess for me, well, because I haven't really traveled abroad as extensively, but just existing or like traveling like domestically, it's been it's been interesting because some people would just say, well, they would just kind of boil it down to like sexuality, like, okay, that's your girlfriend, whatever. So they would kind of, it was seen as it's different, but it's not as a threat. It's like, it's just, that's you, whatever. But when it comes to like, and this was in spaces where it was like, if it's like more in the city, more urban, it's like, it's whatever. But if this is more in a rural, haven't not a lot of Black people within 100-mile radius, and just being me, especially like how I dress and everything, then it's more you're seen as exotic. And either I want to learn more about you, or I don't like you, I don't care enough to know about you, you're a threat. So it's like a half and half. If it's usually me along with other queer identified people, but if it's just me similar, it's me single going by myself. It's like, I like you, I don't like you. So
Right?
yeah.
But too, like, it seems like depending on the country, because sometimes it's illegal, right? Um, so there's some, if it's illegal, there's caution that needs to be exercised. But aside from that, if you're foreign, like, it's not necessarily a thing, maybe. It depends on how the locals perceive you. So you might have heard about the whole joint that went down with Bali and the two queer ladies that were there together, and how Twitter got a hold of it and made it a thing, and like the government listened to its citizens. I don't understand that part. Could you imagine America being like, yeah, we saw this thing on Twitter, let's respond? No. And actually asking them to leave the country. So it definitely depends, I think, on a lot of factors, but legality of the country, it being a thing. And I think it's different for women as well versus men.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
Patriarchy. LG said, I love this format, hearing from a variety of folks in the midst of soul search. Other platforms feature cycle familiar folks with the following sharing their story in hindsight. Thank you, Wanda, for this. You welcome, girl. That's what we do here. That's what I've been trying to do. So we used to do this in a group too. Like I would bring up anybody really during our monthly meetups, and I would just have folks from the group come and talk to us about their experience. I'm really high on the like we all have wisdom, we all have something really beautiful to share. I'm not a
Mhm.
do you have 3 million followers type of girl. Like I've never been that. Um but I think the quality of conversations is just a little bit different.
Yeah. And having a platform where you can just be unapologetically you is so, so vital to like really getting like authentic stories out of people.
Like in-depth stories, not
Hmm.
maybe some that are, I moved to Ghana and now I have a six-figure business or whatever people be writing about. I'm not really sure. But also the world is kind of wired for that. It's a psychology type of thing. That's why these lists and these surface level things persist, is because I think most people are at that level, quite honestly. Um,
Yeah. And like being like a digital nomad and like definitely like how to start your own business online, it's definitely kind of you get like so many different you get the buy my ebook and this thing, and I mean nothing wrong with that, but it's
yeah,
like it's still very commercialized versus you don't have there's no wrong way. I mean, well, technically there could, but like when you start your own online business, just you're giving value to someone in exchange for money. And that's really it. So you don't have to have like necessarily a complicated business model. You don't have to start an agency. You don't have to have any of that. It's just you have a skill, you're providing value, and that is it. And so, I mean, it can you can take it a step further and just say like the financial planning part of it and everything, but simply just finding something consistent. Personally, I'm a copywriter, so and almost a web developer as well. But these are skills that you're capable of just taking time and saying, I can do this.
Hmm.
And I can show people. And it's the confidence, even setting your own prices and things like that. Me as a freelancer, like trying to set your own prices, it all goes back to that self-talk, saying, maybe I should up my prices. Maybe I should want more.
maybe I
I
am
can
a
do it.
web developer and not an almost web developer.
Oh, there. You got me on that. Yeah. I gotta start like affirming myself. I am. Yeah, definitely. Wow, thank you so much. Like this has been so healing for me, honestly. Um, because I don't get to say this much. Like having that confidence even to like be on camera, you know? Um, and thank you so much for that, Wanda, and all of the ladies. Thank you.
Y'all are
Um,
amazing. Thank you so
yeah.
much. Aside from Rosanna, like y'all didn't know me from
Look, she,
a can
I
of
can't be
tomatoes.
Cheetah's nemesis and you start beef with me. Like, no, I need some love.
First of all, you wearing Rashida's color. I'm surprised she ain't sent you a cease and desist in the mail already. She don't play them games, them internet
I bought
games.
this dress long before I even knew she.
Well, that doesn't preclude. Is that a thing?
Mhm.
I'm gonna do I've been planning on doing some new brand photography, and I have this yellow shirt. I'm like, I'm gonna wear that just because.
Do it.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, we can talk about that, but I don't know if I really want to. About the ladies in Bali, I don't think it
Yeah.
was what they said it was. Because like how many nomads have gone there? There's whole articles written of nomads who are there still, and they're probably on just a regular visa, not even the business visa, and putting out ebooks and operating from there. All you got to do is go to any
Hosting
of those
whole ass
co-working.
yoga retreats. Like, really?
And they got that
Whole
guy up out of
ass.
there too during the pandemonium,
Yes.
hosting a yoga retreat. They got him up out of there too. So I think it's more complex than that. You know, people be lying. They didn't have no facts. You know how it is. It's a game of telephone. Somebody says something and then people just believe what they said and they want to be outraged about something, and they've been hating foreigners for the longest time anyway. Because y'all coming here and doing this and that and woo woo woo, and you know, they're having hard times. I'm not even necessarily mad at that, right? How much money is going into the community, like for real. So, like, I get all of that. And then, like, who in the country has the land to be able to rent out to foreigners and like all this other stuff? Who's able to create the services? Probably people with the access and the means to. It's not necessarily so. Anyway, so the whole like not paying taxes and all that stuff, like I don't even know that that's real.
I mean, I think when it just comes to travel, like, and it's just, you have to figure out like your reasons. I mean, you're going to a new country, you're a guest
Don't
there.
need no reasons.
Well, I mean, I guess let me reframe that. My bad. Like, you have to know, or at least you're a guest there, and to show respect for the country, and just saying like, we don't have to pay taxes, it's so cheap here, look at us, we're thriving, you can do it too. It's not a good look. It doesn't reflect the country well in that sense, because what might be a lower cost of living to someone from a different country, like, you can't, it just wasn't a good mix. Like, because I heard a little bit about I heard a little
But
bit of this.
it just sucks because a lot of people do that, and I think that's the opposing question is, there are a billion people on YouTube that talk about how affordable and cheap Bali is, and they tell you where to go. And it's just like, well, why were these individuals the only one that?
And on Twitter specifically,
Yeah,
right?
and
They got singled out for it.
And
of
people
course,
have been doing this Bali thing for forever now.
Forever. They are not the first to land.
Oh, yeah.
So
But
I talked to a girl.
I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying about, especially the cheap part. Like, cheap to whom? To whom?
Yeah.
Right. I talked to a girl in Indonesia, and because of the storms, their home fell into like a sinkhole.
Damn.
And they're just struggling right now to even, first off, they everything just has to go because the way that the house just destroyed everything. And they're just trying to rent out a little motel for the time being to find another house. And so for someone just to say, yeah, the cost of living is super cheap here, super affordable, like you said, Wanda, like for who? And I think as Black people, especially knowing like what we've been through historically,
how can you afford?
That's like a colonizer's mindset.
Come
like,
on.
Yeah.
Like, why are you gonna do it? What is the point of doing it if you're just doing it the same way everybody else does it? You dig? Like, can we even afford that? I mean, the same thing could happen, you know, in any country, really. Even going to Ghana, like, come on, dog. Gentrification is a real thing.
In the States too. Like, when I was in when I visited DC, it was like, it was so in your, even Atlanta, it's like, it's so in your face. And it's like, you know, how it affects marginalized groups of people. It's like, what makes it so different when we go, we can't think like once we leave, it's just going to be, everything's going to be great. You know, it's so, you know, we have to remember that. I think it's just remembering that and humbling ourselves and embracing new cultures and contributing instead of taking from them. That's definitely important too.
I think part of it is the people are following a blueprint or the roadmap that's already set out. Like, I think that's where a lot of people who haven't done this before get hung up at. We want to see the recipe for it, and then we want to emulate that recipe in order to get the same results at the end. And the fact that there hasn't been a new version of that for us to pattern after is not helpful. Not to say we can't think for ourselves, but also where there's already so many roadblocks and emotional stuff that we're having to come over. We just want to have this easy path and direction in order to achieve something.
But two also, and like they say, nothing is new under the sun. Like it has to exist. It might not just be as loud as that mainstream stuff, right?
Mhm.
So, like you said, that's where thinking for yourself comes into play. There's sustainable or ethical travel. Like people build their whole brands around that sustainable and ethical travel. What does that look like?
Mhm.
That's why I was making my butt itch when people are like, piling down to Hawaii or going down to Jamaica. Hawaii told y'all to stop coming. Hawaii said they
Mhm.
hospitals is full.
Mhm.
Just because it's possible doesn't mean that it's advantageous. Not to get all biblical on y'all. Y'all probably didn't even know that was
Yeah.
from the Bible.
And I think
Just told
the
myself.
the thing that I have a problem with is like the whole wanting to or having the responsibility of building up the place that we go to, when it's kind of like we're wanting to escape that. Like that's what we're trying to leave, this responsibility, this great form of responsibility.
Are we?
Um,
Is that what
I,
we're trying to do?
I mean, that's what
And is that what it has to look like? Because like the way you said it just sounds horrible already, right?
I know.
It is very possible to go somewhere and say, okay, I'm not going to do an Airbnb. I'm going to find someone local to rent from. I'm going to shop at this local corner store instead of going to this big chain store. I'm going to volunteer time at this nonprofit. I'm going to do this, or that. It doesn't have to be like I'm going to go change the system without. You see expats in these groups, the expat group specifically, these are people who moved to another country. They probably retired or they have a job in the country. So they have a different infrastructure, right?
Mhm.
Than a nomad specifically, or even just someone passing through like a traveler. So you see the type of causes they take up. You see the type of energy they bring to these countries in what they post about, being frustrated about this or frustrated about that because they're trying to recreate home. Really, they're trying to have a lower cost of living so that they can stretch their dollar more often than not, right? Some to an extent, um, and enjoy like having a higher standard of living that they wouldn't be able to afford back home. So like they're going to complain about not being able to shop at Amazon. Like yes, they're going to. When I tell you, these groups, like every other day is supposed to about a cat or a dog and them trying to rescue it. Every other day. Like, and it wasn't like this in Penang and Malaysia when I was there. So it's like you could just see the quality of the people. I think that's what, who was that? Was that Junket that was talking about living near the beach? There's a certain type of expat community that's there. That's absolutely a thing. So it can look like you making conscious choices about where you invest your money in a country. That's what it looks like, I think.
Okay, and I think that's the portion of it that I needed to hear, because when I was hearing it earlier and in other places, it's like, you want me to do what now? Like that's not where I'm going. I
March.
want I want I want to experience some freedom, as opposed to I want to be able to have space to think about what it is that I need and put me first, as opposed to this broad thing of the needs of the people. It's like I'm not I don't want to downplay that, but at the same time, when is it a space and time for me to put my needs first?
I can relate to that. Yeah, like in the sense of maybe we never had, just depending on our experience, of course, just maybe we never had the chance to allow ourselves to actually like look within ourselves, because it's just been an external battle between like living in the States, how we're perceived, how we're treated, how we're neglected, how, the disrespect of, obviously, of Black people in America. Once you go over, you know, travel abroad, it's like, okay, now what? It's kind of like you've escaped this prison, but you still have this mental thing you got to work on. And it's like, yeah, you want to give back, you want to help the locals, you want to learn more about the culture and embrace it, but it's still trying to create, it's still trying to like do a lot of internal cleanup. And that requires like us kind of, I don't want to say being selfish, but it requires like us just trying to say, I need to do this. I got to be okay first.
Mhm.
I'm in a new place, but I have to be good first before I can volunteer, before I can, you know, donate, whatever I can.
Exactly. Like you got to put your mask on first.
Mm-hmm.
But also, who's to say it's not mutually exclusive? Like healing can come through volunteering, because what do they say? What is the definition of depression, right? Depression is like you essentially being stuck inside your head and these same thoughts swirling around. And if you are in a country and you are alone, I think it is a lot easier for you to get to that place unless you have created your infrastructure and created your support system. And I think it's very important to make sure that you have an anchor, right? If you are used to not being understood, if you are used to being different and you are in a different place and you don't necessarily have people who know you, then because that's what it sounds like you all are saying. It sounds like the being selfish sounds like keeping off to yourself, which healing can look like that. But I'm saying it's not mutually exclusive. It could also involve whatever else it could involve. Like and it doesn't have to look like it doesn't have to look the same for anyone through various stages of you being gone as well, right? So maybe there are some days you spend alone, but there are also some days where you go out into the community and you do this or that. Like it can look a variety of ways. I don't think that you have to go to another. It's not like an activist missionary versus a religious missionary. It's not like you're going into a country to like galvanize a movement necessarily. But I think that sometimes the work that we do that is inner is not necessarily direct. It's just like how you have your best ideas when you're in the shower. It's because like you're in flow. You're just enjoying the moment of being in water and bathing, unless you're a cat. Which that might be a bad thing because maybe some cats like bats. But anyway, but just very much letting the healing pass through however it's going to pass through, not necessarily like how much of your work happens in front of your laptop, child. Not much for me, okay? Especially these days, not much at all. I have to be away from it. I have to be away from this laptop, sometimes even this apartment, to let things come through, to let the work speak as it's going to speak. Unless I'm doing this is very much work.
Oh yeah, I never really thought of it that way. It could be simultaneous. Healing could be volunteering. It could be solitude. It could be in many forms.
But imagine like how disempowered you feel where you are, and imagine going somewhere else and you being in a position of power, and how you might not have ever felt that, and how you have so much more sometimes, depending on where you're going, than the people who are around you.
Yeah.
And being able to use the access that you have, the privilege that you have, the power that you have to make a difference. Not that it has to look like that, but that is a way that it can look. It was like right up on here. To back it up. Christina. She says she's gonna make some food before Insecure. Insecure is happening in half an hour, by the way, my lovelies.
Cool.
But these thoughts, these conversations, that's my jam. I love us talking about all of this.
Yeah. Because maybe some of us never really were put in a position where we could, or we believed that we could have these type of conversations. So it's definitely healthy and healing, these kind of talks. But yeah, I try to think about like once I start my digital nomad journey, who will I be? What would that look like? How would I feel? I've been doing like a lot of journaling and like visualizing, like um not so much scenarios or like even places, but just like how I would feel, like where my skin color isn't the topic of the conversation, where it's just you're just a foreigner because you're just a foreigner, not you're just black. Because being in America, there's this overall idea of, yeah, you have all these things, but you're still black. It's like, you're not a woman, you're a black woman. You're not a teacher, you're a black teacher. Once that, I'm not saying like, once that identity of that people have given of what it means to be black is removed and you're just a foreigner, how would you feel? What would you be capable of? Like asking ourselves those questions, like, now that you're here, what are you going to do? And so
what does it feel like when you think about how it could feel? What does it feel like?
It feels like I'm doing myself a favor, and it feels like self-love. It feels like saying, you don't have to be perfect because there's no such thing as perfect. You can just be you, and that's fine. You don't have to prove to anyone anything. You don't need to explain anything to anyone. Your character is shaped by your actions and how you see yourself, and how you treat yourself also plays into your character. And wait, I got it backwards. So like, okay, so how you speak to yourself, how you see yourself kind of, and how you talk to yourself kind of builds up your character. And then your actions reflect that outwardly. So if it is volunteering, if it is learning the language, giving yourself time to learn the language of the country that you're in, it's not just so you can navigate through easily, it's so you can build connections. Like, I'm learning Spanish, not because I just want to be able to say, I want tacos or something. It's because I want, it's because like, I
do want tacos though.
yeah, you know, like learning the language because I want to build a connection. I want to open up new doors. And I think that would feel like just taking time to saying yes to ourselves, because usually we're the first person to tell ourselves no. Like the first person to tell ourselves no is us. And traveling, especially, we tend to say like, oh, that's only for a selective amount of people. Oh, that's only for the elite. That's only for if you have money. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we've heard that. Like, it's like, wow, oh, you got money. These different things like that.
You got money.
Yeah, like, and just things like that. It's like, oh, that's a privilege. You know, I can't do that, but you can do it. And it's like, no, it's for everybody. Traveling is more than just going to a different place. I mean, in a way, yes, but it's more of leaving imprints, making your mark in the world that is going to help other people. And so that feels like, I mean, it's empowering, but I think most importantly, it's meant to inspire other people and leading that path. That's why, you know, Wanda, like, I'm really glad like groups like this. I know I said it like a million times, but like, I'm glad groups like this
you
exist.
can say it a million more.
Okay.
Never hear that too much.
Yeah.
It's been years. It's been years I've been waiting for you to show up.
Yeah. And show up as ourselves and not say, okay, maybe I have to be perfect. I have to rehearse this, and not everything has to be on a script. And I think just like, that's what Black excellence, like when I really try to say, okay, what exactly is Black excellence? Because I don't want to just get caught up with this Black excellence and just leave it. I wanted to like say, why are we saying this? What is excellence? Oh, Black excellence because of who says, okay, you have all these things, you did all this, but do you have peace? I choose. Yeah. I mean, I think that's why we've seen like such a, historically, a resignation, like why people are resigning their jobs, because they realize it's not as secure as we think. And so many of us, I would say, as Black people, we identify ourselves in a job, in a corporation. Like, oh, I ranked up in corporate. Oh yeah, I'm this, I'm that, I have this, I drive this and that. And because someone else told us that was okay, like someone said this is success right here. Someone told us this is success, and we strive by it, but it's still pain. Okay, well, no, it's fine.
But yes, someone else told us that.
Yeah, and so when a Black person says, "I don't really want this," I don't mind selling everything I own and starting over. It's like, "Oh, you're hurt. Something happened to you." And it's like, "No, I need to heal." If healing means decluttering, taking on, minimalism for a little bit and decluttering mentally, I'm healing. We shouldn't shame each other for how we heal, And so if that's traveling, if that's
and that
travel,
can be like going somewhere and being like, whoever's locally oppressed, that's not my business. I'm over here to get my Mai Tais and sit on the beach and cry or like process or whatever. Like if that's what you need to do, then that's what you need to do.
And I think
not that it's like that. That was judgy, but
and I think
that was judgy, not that. But you know what I mean. Because somebody's the nigga everywhere in the world. Somebody is the nigga somewhere else in the world.
Yeah,
it exists. You see all these shows, all they do is recreate the same paradigm. There has to be an underling. And we just happen to be that in America. And so
it's a human thing. Yeah, it's the human experience. It's not even, oh, Black people are always like, no, it happens to be Black people, but it's also people of all walks. And I think for the Black community, like for us, sometimes when it comes to like these mental hurdles that we go through, we stay very silent because we're afraid of judgment. We're afraid of looking crazy or being, off guard, being vulnerable. But being vulnerable is the biggest strength. It's okay to cry. Like I remember this was when I was talking to my therapist like a long time ago. It was like I had to give myself permission to cry. Like I said, wow, I had to say, okay, it's like, and tears was like running out of my eyes because I was like, okay, I had to be like, we were doing centering, like grounding activity, like we were doing like grounding, and it's like, think present, think right now. And I was like crying, and I was like, okay, there's tears coming out of my eyes. And then like it kind of went into, okay, so what now? Why are there there's tears coming out of your eyes? Identify that. Identify what is causing this. And I was like, wow, I never even thought about that, because we're either so far out of the unknown or we're so in the past still trying to heal. It's like being in the present is like, wow. And then it's like sometimes when you talk about your mental health within, I would say like Black families or in the Black community, it's like, oh, that's that white people crap. Oh, therapy is that white people ish or something like that. Or even when you talk about like meditation or maybe adopting a little bit of like Eastern philosophies, it's like, yeah, it's too, that Zen stuff. Like I'm just saying, it's like, this is what I've heard. It's like, it's too much for me. And it's like, then what is? Like, if it's not that, then what is it? And I think because we're not transparent enough with ourselves, we start to build up walls that we think for our own protection, but it's actually trapping us. And so like trying to like understand this now before like I head out and travel is crucial. Yeah, Angela, like trying to normalize therapy. Yeah. And making it accessible and more therapists of color.
Therapy should be free for Black folks. We've just done so much. It just should be free for us. Like that should be
absolutely, definitely. Because I mean, I have yet to meet one Black person that doesn't have a story of something happening to them that has changed them that has changed them for the worst in that sense. And they've grown up to be adults and they're just now healing their childhood trauma. And you learn so much more about yourself when you're trying to help others. And I think traveling gives us that ability to really see ourselves more and what we're capable of when we're in spaces where we can. And it doesn't have to mean like international travel. It could just mean a new town where no one knows who we are, where no one, like, it's so cool, like being anonymous sometimes, like, and of course the internet can give us that ability, but it's like being anonymous in a new city. And it's like, wow, I could just say this, I can do this. I don't have to look and see my, the person that bullied me from high school. I don't have to worry. I mean, it depends on how long you stayed in that. You know, like it could just be, I can just express myself. And I think we've been so suppressed of our talents. Other people have seen that and have monetized that. We don't truly see the value in ourselves. I think more people see us as valuable more than we see ourselves sometimes. So I think you said, Wanda, like we have to change. I think you said that you left a comment.
I think you said that, and I was just putting a comment.
Oh, I was scrolling up, and it said something like we have to change.
You said that.
No, I mean I don't.
Let me go, find myself.
No, I think you said that, Wanda. You said.
I'm trying to. Maybe I don't know if I did, but
we have to change who we are. You said that. I mean, I wrote it, but you said it.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
I wanted to write it, so everybody, they need to, yes.
Okay.
But you said that.
Yeah, we have to change, like, I think, I don't even know if changing who we are. I think it's just accepting us right now, radical acceptance right now. I think changing our perception, I guess, if it's anything to change, like changing our perception of ourselves. Yes. Like there's nothing wrong with our, like, in terms of like our complexion. There's nothing wrong with just the way that our hair grows out of our head. There's nothing wrong with our personality. Like we find ourselves breaking off pieces, making ourselves smaller to make other people comfortable. Like even like, for example, like during job interviews and the interviewer is white, it's like we find ourselves talking softer. We find ourselves trying to not take up as much space and not enjoying I don't think we truly get to enjoy our own diversity as much as other people. I think because I've had friends that are of different cultures, of different ethnicities that, I mean, at first I was like, are you fetishizing me? But they were like, no, I mean, I still think they were, but I don't know, like, well, it depends. Well, there's friends and then there's friends, but people who want to be more than friends, but that's another topic. But yeah, they're like, and then there's friends. Well, but yeah, like they were saying like, we just love the different tones. We love the different hair textures. We just love the like, as far as like food and culture and dance, we're more fishy. See, that's why I'm like, it's like, yeah, they're kind of, I'm
very,
like,
very Jack Harlow right now.
I don't know who that is.
I've heard a few of this. I heard a few of it, but even then, like, even when it comes to entertainment, other people see that and they like, I don't want to say appreciate that, but there's something there.
Angela pulled you, child. She said, I was echoing what you said, and you have so much knowledge, Imani, you didn't even remember.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't get that.
Imani said that.
Yeah, I don't have that much time to like say. It's not every now and then. It's not that much occurrences that I get to say these things, because to be in these kind of spaces, you know. So I do appreciate that, Angela, and thank you. But yeah, I think we need to give ourselves permission just to be who we are and radically accept who we are right now. Even like when it can be body image, it could be anything, I think, a lot of times, because like there's nothing wrong with taking up space. And yeah, I mean, I even for me, like I was thinking, like, because I am a larger bodied person, and I was thinking, well, if I'm going to Asia, where generally it's a more petite, smaller people, maybe I'm really, really, really gonna stand out on top of, me being Black. And it was like, maybe I shouldn't go. Like, it was things like that. I was telling myself, I was like, wait, no, stop. You don't have to. You don't have to limit yourself because of your size or anything like that. So it's trying to incorporate more positive
And making
self-talk.
stuff a no before you even experience
Yeah,
that. It's like,
definitely.
it's not even worth it.
Exactly. Yeah, picky girl travels the world. All I can be is who I am. Exactly.
She came back. Come on, Adelia.
Well, she's
Ooh,
like, y'all
Adelia.
still here?
Right. 5 hours later. Adelia gonna tell on you. She gonna go tell Rashida that you wearing her color. So get ready.
Take a screenshot.
Mm-hmm. Look what they doing over here. She got your color on. Well, ladies, we have a watch party in about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna wrap it up. She been saying it for years. She said, y'all catch up. Catch up. Thank you so much for trusting a stranger on the internet and coming through, dropping all these gems and knowledge. Thank you also, Rosanna, freshly
And
washed. And everybody who came up before. Angela was up here. Christina, and who else was up here? No.
I was gonna say Patricia. I don't think that's anybody.
She just made up.
Wow.
Oh, Teresa.
Angela? Teresa. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love this a lot. So we should, yes, more. Again, some more.
Definitely.
Thank you, Candace. And thank you thank you all of you for coming and hanging out with us.
Definitely. Yes. Thank you guys. Yeah.
Super dope. For the ladies who were commenting, and if you were a little shy to comment, that's okay too, girl. Thank you for giving us your attention and eyeballs and time. Attention and love. Thank you, Stacy. And Junket says she has stuff to do. She couldn't ride out the whole thing, but that's fine. I will see y'all out there in the internet streets. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure we're doing Insecure in 15 minutes. And the link is in the Black Women Digital Nomad Entrepreneur group. If you need the link, just DM me as well. If you don't know where I am, you should probably find that. But then also we're doing a mixer tomorrow at some time that I had so much time to look that up and I didn't. I think it's at 12 noon, but it's also in the Black Women Digital Nomad Entrepreneurship group. So the mixer is going to be so much fun. I love doing the mixer, kind of a little music, a little mixing, and you get to do more of this essentially, but just like one-on-one. So yes, come camera ready and don't trip. Don't try to have your camera off. Okay.
Definitely.
I'll see you for Insecure or tomorrow or sometime in the near future.
I'll try to make it. I got to make dinner soon, so.
Okay.
I'll try though.
Grab a snack and come on back. Okay, Angela. All right, y'all. Thank you so much, Imani. So beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Likewise.
Rosanna. Tell May we said hey. Bye.